is my pleasure to welcome you to the annual Georgia Cyber Summit, the second annual Georgia Cyber Summit. We're not just glad you're here, we need you here. Cybersecurity is a major concern for all of us, both private and public sector alike. For the past several years, cybersecurity has kept a tight grip on the #1 spot on the list of priorities for state CIOs across the nation. According to NASCIO, the National Association of State CIOs, this distinction isn't likely to change anytime soon. During the pandemic, as if cybersecurity needed extra complexity, we found new challenges as we worked to quickly accommodate the most overnight shift to remote work. At the same time, we continue to press forward with digital solutions and new technologies, which can also increase our level of risk. However, during this difficult time, we have learned that cybersecurity is a team sport. It's systems, it's processes, it's human element, and it also takes all of us to working together. We are grateful for your partnership and collaboration. We appreciate your relentless commitment to protecting systems and data for the Georgians who count on each of you. We are eager to work with you, and we aim to serve as a resource for you. Our state CISO, David Allen, and his wonderful team stands ready to provide assistance or connect you with resources you need. Please reach out to us and let us know how we can help. Together, we are a strong team. Together, we can keep the focus on prioritizing cybersecurity, staying vigilant, and being as proactive as possible. Cybersecurity takes all of us. And again, thanks for being with us today. We will get this day started now with our keynote address. It is my pleasure to introduce United States Army retiree, Colonel Bobby Saxton. Colonel Saxton served as the Deputy CIO for the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Office of Information Technology. Previously, he served as the agency's acting director for enterprise preparedness and response operations, and as the chief technology officer for healthcare.gov. Colonel Saxton has earned many honors for his work in technology and military service. He is the recipient for the 2019 FCW Fed 100 Award, FedScoop 50 Federal Leadership Award, and the CIO Magazine's One to Watch. His military recognition includes Legions of Merit, Bronze Star, Combat Action Badges, and Airborne and Air Assault Wings. Colonel Saxton has an extensive experience in data security and cloud migration. And this is an area in particular interest to us at GTA because we're looking to help all state agencies shift to the cloud. I know we'll all benefit from what he has to share with us today. Welcome, Colonel Saxton.
And good morning, and thank you so much for that introduction, Chauncey. I greatly appreciate it. Not bad for a Georgia boy just outside of Athens, Georgia. Thank y'all for inviting me today to come here and share a few minutes with you to talk about my job here at CMS, as well as really a topic that is very hot across the country, but I know as well in Georgia, and that is a move to the cloud. Again, I'm Bobby Saxton, and I am the Deputy CIO at CMS, and thank you. So today I want to talk to you a little bit about not necessarily security, but the cloud, and why what I did at healthcare.gov back in 2017, 18, and 19 in order to move that organization to the cloud. You may be familiar with healthcare.gov. We call it the insurance marketplaces internally here, but most people think of it as healthcare.gov. It's a system that runs 24/7, 365. It serves about 20 million stakeholders on a annual basis. It partners with the IRS, with SSA, with DHS, OPM, with the VA, with the Peace Corps, and with all of the states in one way or another. And it provides open enrollment for the Affordable Care Act, where people come to sign up for healthcare coverage. And the traffic there can increase more than 100 times during the open enrollment, which for us starts on November the 1st this year. So a little bit of background about healthcare.gov. Most of you probably are familiar with the story, but it launched to great fanfare and nearly catastrophic failure in the fall of 2013. But it's gotten better over time, and it had gotten better prior to my arrival in January of 2017 at CMS, and specifically at the Center for Consumer Information and Insurance Oversight. We call it CCIO internally. When I rolled in January of 2017, the system, healthcare.gov, was wrapping up its 4th open enrollment. But it had been quite a painful open enrollment. We had had 90 days of open enrollment. Nearly every single day, the system was crippled in one way or another. It was functioning, but not very well. It was underperforming so poorly that we had 100% throttling as people came into the front door of healthcare.gov, meaning that when you showed up at the front door, we would put you in a waiting room and allow you in a trickle versus that 100 times capacity that I was talking about briefly a few moments ago. And we generally let about 5,000 people into the system at a time. This created a very poor performance experience for our visitors. As I dug in, I started to find a lot of challenges that were occurring with healthcare.gov that needed to be addressed. We had extremely expensive virtual data centers to the tune of about $240 million a year. I know this is the government, but still that's crazy, $240 million a year for data centers. We built our system for the biggest day of the year because that was the day that we knew that it most likely would fail. So we had to build and maintain everything to that capacity on a regular basis. So think about that, 365 days of the year, we had to be ready for 1 million people to come in the door. Well, on average, we had about 10,000 people a day outside of open enrollment. We had multiple architectures. We had no functioning disaster recovery. We had daily performance and stability issues. And we had a culture of accountability aversion and absolutely no appetite for risk. So after doing some analysis, I rolled up my sleeves and got to work. First thing I did was I pulled together a small team and empowered them. We had a challenge in the past where good people weren't allowed to go do good work. And it was because of fear, because after the catastrophe of the fall of 2013, everyone was afraid to let someone go run with a ball. I also went and found some outside opinions. I didn't want to know just from my team what was going on, but I wanted to know from the outside, why weren't we in the cloud? What was preventing us from going to the cloud? What would be potential risk for us? I spent a lot of time with my stakeholders, both internal and external to CMS. And I also spent some time with industry. We had over 20 vendors working on healthcare.gov in one fashion or another. And I sat down with each of them to get their opinion on the work they were doing, where it was in the data centers, and what we could do to move it to the cloud. And after all of that analysis, that collaboration, communication, I developed a high-level plan, and then I issued some guidance. There were several nuggets of guidance that I want to share with you today so that you may be able to take some of those and utilize those as you think about your moves to the cloud. The first piece of guidance that I issued is do no harm to open enrollment. As we learned in the fall of 2013, there were shining lights on us during the open enrollment period because that was when people needed us the most to sign up for coverage. And if there was problem during open enrollment, it was sometimes caused us much more of a black eye than was necessary. So do no harm to open enrollment. So as my team started planning, as they started putting together their risk plans, as they started putting together the schedules, it was how do we work it either around open enrollment or how do we ensure that open enrollment is not harmed in any way. We were an organization that was doing a tremendous amount of IT work on a daily basis all year round. That meant we were sometimes decommissioning stuff as well as building new stuff or making modifications to existing capabilities. So in order to give us some runway, in order to allow us to move to the cloud and give folks a chance to adjust, I issued some mandates around cloud usage. The first was cloud first. If you were going to build something new from the day we started this project, build it in the cloud. Don't build it in the data center, then force us later on, 12 or 18 months later, to move that application. Build it in the cloud. If you couldn't build it in the cloud, the second mandate was make it cloud ready. So put it in your data center, but make sure that it was fully cloud capable so that when we did pick it up and move it into the cloud, we could do that with minimal effort. The third mandate was make it cloud agnostic. Now we are primarily in AWS, but we have Azure and we have considered other clouds and to bring into the CMS environment. What we wanted to make sure is that if we wanted to get to a multi-cloud environment, that we would have the ability to move seamlessly but from one cloud to the next. As most of you probably know, that's extremely difficult to do, to be a cloud agnostic, but it's something you should drive for nonetheless. And the last mandate that I issued was what I called LISO, lift, improve, shift, and optimize. Now, our goal was to get out of these data centers that we had that were extremely expensive, that were not meeting our needs, and we needed to do it as fast as possible. And there's a lot of discussion about whether you re-engineer and move to the cloud or whether you simply do a lift and shift. And the decision that was made in our organization was to pick everything up, make it better if we could, but make it better with the time constraint that we were going to get to the cloud in about 15 months from start to finish. So the improved piece was there if you could make improvements, but if you couldn't, shift it. And then give us your plan for optimization. Sometimes that plan was, well, as soon as we get there, we'll spend 30, 60, 90, 180 days to make some optimization moves, and then it'll be better for us. In some cases, it was multi-year plans, but it gave us the ability then to start talking about how do we optimize and how do we take full advantage of the cloud. And the last thing I did, again, which I had referenced earlier, was I empowered my teams. I found that walking in the door, I had a hard time spelling AWS. And my teams, in many cases, were subject matter experts. And so giving them the ability to think on their own, to run with the ball, to go take the initiative to make things happen, gave us the organization the ability to make a lot of this happen in a very short period of time. Now, as you'd imagine, we learned a lot of lessons as we moved to the cloud. Some of those lessons were communicate often and widely, especially when it comes to risk. Be frank with people and be honest with folks. And one other lesson that I always talked about is that we're all human. We all make mistakes, but reach to your team, reach to the larger team, and bring someone in to help you to get past whatever the mistake is, and share that mistake early so the rest of us can do what we can to either adjust for it or help you out. Collaborate on everything: security, infrastructure, data. Nothing can be done in a silo because there's so many moving pieces that have to be moved together or that impact another piece of our capability. Don't assume everyone understands or agrees with your move. One of the things that we did was we stood up the CTO Roadshow. At the time, I was the CTO, which was the head of IT at healthcare.gov. And I met sometimes with our vendor partners, sometimes with some of our external stakeholders, many times with our internal stakeholders, to help them get past their fears, their concerns, their lack of knowledge when it came to the cloud. And in some cases, that meant walking in to an organizational meeting, giving them a little bit of an update where we were at that point in time, and answering their questions and being frank with the answers. And I brought my team with me so that I made sure we could answer their questions to the best of our knowledge. Help others be successful. No one on your team knows everything that it takes to move to the cloud. So you have to lean on each other and you have to help each other be successful. In our case, I mentioned earlier, we had over 20 different vendor partners. We had one vendor partner that was really, really good at the cloud, and the rest of our vendor partners were either just tipping their toes into the cloud or had limited experience. And so we leaned on that vendor partner that had the most experience to help the rest of us out. And then we brought in some outside sources who were cloud experts, but not to go take someone's job internal to the organization, but to help them be successful. Also, don't be beholden to what you've always done. One of my teams came to me and said, "Hey, Bobby, we've got this Exadata system in our data center, and we run all of our analytics for Oracle on that system. How are we going to get that in the cloud?" And I said, "We're not. Let's figure out how to work around it." And when we finished, that Exadata system did not go with us, but the systems that it supported actually outperformed what the Exadata system was doing in the data center. And not to cast aspersions on the Exadata system, it was that our team found a way to be smarter about using new technology, to be innovative, to create better capabilities and better output. Keep in mind, something will fail. You should definitely plan for it and be ready to take advantage of your plan B or even your plan C when something fails. The goal here is not to try to get to the cloud with no failure. The goal is to get to the cloud with better functionality. And so don't get caught up in when things don't go right. Just figure out how to work past them, because the ultimate goal is to be in the cloud and to take advantage of the cloud capabilities. The last lesson learned is be a leader. Have a vision, share it often, and share it clearly. Let everyone know that failures are on you. I found that my teams truly became empowered when they knew I had their back, and when they knew that I would be the one that would take the blame for some challenge, that we weren't going to go try to find a scapegoat. Be a leader and knock down roadblocks. There will be roadblocks. There will be ATO roadblocks, security roadblocks, data roadblocks, stakeholder roadblocks. But the leader has to get out there and work in a collaborative way, in a highly communicative way, to knock those roadblocks down. Force people in the same room. I found that we went a long way with success by having conversations, sometimes that were painful, sometimes that were more like a family. But we made hands, we made up, we shook hands, hugged each other, and moved on to the next task after we had forced conversations sometimes. And then as a leader, the thing I like to do is get out of the way, because as I mentioned earlier, maybe I couldn't spell AWS when we got there, and the people around me could and did a fantastic job. So in conclusion, what did we get for this initiative? We got 99.8% uptime, which was absolutely unheard of when it came to healthcare.gov. They had 4 open enrollments. Everyone had daily challenges. And by the time we finished our transition to the cloud, we were at 99.8% uptime. We had phenomenal performance, whereas we were throttling at 5,000 people in the system at a time. The open enrollment that happened as I rolled into healthcare.gov. The next year, we had 90,000 people in the system simultaneously for the entire last day of open enrollment. So think about that capability when it comes to stability and performance. We got elasticity, and that really mattered when the pandemic started, when we expected an increased amount of people to come into the system. We were able to easily upscale our systems in order to handle additional traffic. During this most recent separate enrollment period for healthcare.gov, we were, again, to use the elasticity there to be able to handle the flow of people that came in as a result of that. We were able to sleep better at night because we got some actual real disaster recovery. Now, we had disaster recovery on paper, and many of you probably have DR that is compliant, but we actually had DR that functioned when we finished our move to the cloud. Now, it was minimal viable product DR, and it's gotten better and better in the 3 years since we moved to the cloud. We had enhanced security, which I know is very important to this particular group. It gave us better insight. It helped us to have encryption at rest as the default. We are a highly federated organization, and inside of each one of the centers and offices at CMS, they have their own budgets, their own IT staffs, and their own solutions. And so sometimes that creates a lot of problems and a lack of standardization. And inside of CSIO, we had similar type of capabilities there that caused us challenges. Obviously, it helped with patching, and it helped with creating and addressing some of our challenges when it came to architecture. We also had a platform for innovation, which has really proven to be phenomenal in the last few years as we've learned how to take better and better advantage of the cloud and the capabilities there when it comes to data sharing, when it comes to data analytics, when it comes to using new and innovative technologies. And we saved a lot of money, about $100 million a year in year one after our migration, and slightly more than that now on an annual basis. I greatly appreciate y'all inviting me to come in today. Like I said, I'm a Georgia boy, so go Dogs, and y'all have a fantastic day today. And thank you very much.
Yeah, good morning, everybody, and thank you for participating this morning. My name is Eric Toller. I'm the Executive Director of the Georgia Cyber Center here at Augusta University. And again, want to thank GTA for hosting this great event and for the phenomenal panel that we have assembled today. Very blessed to host such a group of esteemed professionals. So quickly, I'll introduce them and then actually let them introduce themselves and talk a little bit about their organizations. But we have, as you saw, Chris Poulin from BitSight, Levi Gundert from Recorded Future, James Perry from Amazon Web Services, Tom Smith from Atos, and David Walker from DHS Intelligence and Analysis. Yeah, so this is our second annual Georgia Cyber Summit here, and much has happened in the past year with regards to cyber threats. You know, we had a continued increase in cybercrime, especially in the ransomware area. Just talked to our GBI partners, they estimate between 500 to 700 million in financial losses in Georgia alone last year. We've seen deliberate information campaigns and scams that, you know, have exploited our fear of the virus. And the first cyber attack on a critical infrastructure that's had a significant public impact with the Colonial Pipeline Company back in April. So from your foxhole, from our panelist foxhole, what is your greatest cyber threat concern right now? And we'll start with Chris.
What would happen if the power went out, or if telecommunications channels went out, and all the things that it would affect, right? So effectively, life as we know it would stop if the internet went away, because people there's not a lot of backup for example, Colonial Pipeline is a really good example of that. So they get hit with ransomware, and supposedly the reason they stopped providing gas is because they couldn't charge the customers because their billing systems are connected. So the fact is, an organization gets hit with ransomware, and then you lose ability to provide gas to homes. And if that was in the middle of the winter, you know, you can imagine that there are a lot of people who would actually, quite frankly, would die as a consequence of that. So it's really a concern from a supply chain perspective. And ransomware is just one way that gets affected. Also source code, obviously, we've seen that with SolarWinds. We've seen it numerous times in the last year. But we trust that a particular piece of code is going to actually operate in a way that's secure, and that it's been treated that way, that the organization who creates it has a secure software development lifecycle. They've tested this. They provide it in a way that makes it trusted. So that's one of the big things that I'm worried about. And then, you know, that goes down the line to all the IoT devices that I talked about, and you know, how life as we know it can go awry. But the second thing, which is sort of the corollary of that, you know, since I work with a lot of customers, and what BitSight does is we look at external evidence of whether or not an organization's security posture is working appropriately. I tend to talk to a lot of customers, and what I find, and quite frankly, for over the last 20 years or so, when I've talked to customers in various roles that I've had, what I find is that people are not doing the basics. You know, so for example, asset inventory is critical. I mean, it's in the CIS top 20 controls, used to be in the DASD 35, whatever that's called now. But everything is, you got to know your stuff. You got to know what you have in order to protect it. And I have yet to encounter an organization that's got a decent size, right? 5,000 or more assets, who has a good idea of what their asset inventory looks like on an ongoing basis, right? So from a living perspective. So I think that's a concern. So we've got trust on one side. We've got, you don't even know your own environment, and the attackers know your environment better than you do if you give them 2 weeks to look at it. And then the sort of this half that I'm talking about is, when I do talk to customers about issues that can affect their posture and their direct exposure, there is a lot of denial when I talk to customers about things. That's not really a problem. When in fact, you know, and part of it is, this is not directly exploitable. I've never seen an exploit for this. That's very much if somebody tries to blow up an airplane with a bomb in their shoe, let's make everybody take off their shoes mentality. Where in cybersecurity, we can't afford to do that. We have to look at something and say, this is an insecure protocol. This is an insecure way to do business. And even though there's no prior art, we need to start saying, yes, somebody could exploit this. So let's be proactive and start to protect this kind of thing. So I think there's a lot of denial. And part of it is because we're so understaffed in cybersecurity that people are hiring junior people who end up becoming senior just sort of de facto, or people think that they know more than they do in this. And I think we have to go into cybersecurity with humility and say, we don't know everything and we should plan for the unplanned instead of just saying, oh, we've got this covered, that's not a problem, and then move on with your life. So that's my 2.5 problems with cybersecurity for the moment.
Awesome, thanks, Chris. And so we'll go to Levi.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. I think this is an interesting question in that when you break this down, I think David probably has a different perspective on this in terms of critical infrastructure in the public sector, but specifically focused on the private sector. Right now with our client base, there's an interesting thing happening right now with criminal research and development, specifically around artificial intelligence and deepfakes. And obviously, we've been dealing with deepfakes in terms of information operations and disinformation campaigns attempting to undermine democracy, not just in the United States, but a lot of other countries around, votes and presidential campaigns and so forth. And, that's one issue. But the other interesting issue that we're seeing across our client base actually is really business email compromise is accelerating and bad actors are taking it to another level. And social engineering, I think, is really going to be something that businesses have to worry about right now, but also in the future as that research and development is ongoing. And today we're seeing deepfake audio being used to attempt to social engineer subsidiaries or heads of departments in other countries into moving money, wiring money, and they've had some success of late, and I think they're going to refine the model, they're going to refine the technology, but it's been very interesting to see them start to use neural networks to actually create deepfake video and audio. And I think, at some point we could be looking at a situation where you may be on a Zoom call with someone that you believe is your CFO or your CEO, when in fact it's not. And I think, that's the R&D and the innovation out of the criminal space that a lot of our clients are focused on and should be focused on, because it represents an enormous risk of financial loss. I'm actually in Dubai today, and I think just last week there was a story about $35 million that got moved out of a Hong Kong bank. Here in Dubai, authorities are actually investigating what happened, but it involved deepfake audio. So I think you're gonna see more of this over time in this theme of, can you trust what you are hearing on the phone, right? Because it is the voice of your CEO, it is the voice of your CFO, whoever that executive may be. How do you trust the voice? How do you trust the video or the image you're looking at when these neural networks are really producing deep fakes of a much higher quality these days? It's going to be very interesting to sort of watch those developments.
Awesome, thanks, Levi. And over to James.
Yeah, so I wanted to kind of double click on a couple things Chris said, specifically starting with ransomware. A couple interesting statistics that have come out in some recent threat reports. Fortinet's global threat report that came out in August noted just over the last 12 months a 10.7 time increase in the number of ransomware attacks. Over 12 months, which is a pretty alarming statistic. And I think the other thing that, in terms of what to anticipate, NetScout released a threat intelligence report recently that spoke about what they're calling triple extortion. So folks are pretty, comfortable with the traditional file encryption, paying a ransom to get your content unencrypted, or, having solid backup, and restore capabilities as a mitigating, control. Those tactics have shifted in a large part now to where they're exfiltrating the data and threatening, release of that, resulting in a public disclosure issue around compliance. as a new mechanism to kind of force that ransomware payment. But the third thing that's on the horizon, and we're starting to see evidence of, is the third piece to that is if you choose not to pay the ransom, and if the data disclosure isn't bad enough, they're also doing DDoS attacks in combination. So what we're seeing is the continued investment in, they've found a very effective mechanism and vector to attack organizations, and they're doubling down and investing in the effectiveness of those attacks, and focusing on things like supply chain that Chris spoke about, because it improves the likelihood of getting a ransom payment because of the criticality to our everyday, way of life. The other thing that, when we think about cybersecurity, availability is one of those topics that, we often think about confidentiality or integrity, but availability is also a big concern, especially during a pandemic where we're shifting workforce from the traditional in-office model to working from home. And a lot of the traditional security controls that we've built and implemented were fundamentally based around the thought that the worker was inside of an office and a controlled network versus working from home. And so reevaluating, the ability for our systems to scale, extend those security controls to a distributed workforce, and having the level of visibility and oversight that you need for those workers as they're remote, bring your own device type strategies and things like that. And then the last thing that I'm starting to hear through engagements with customers is that as they start to look at risk management and they consider things like cyber insurance, I'm hearing that the renewal time for your cyber policy is now 3 times more expensive than it was when you last negotiated that. And in many cases, they're removing coverage, including things like ransomware, from the policy. So organizations are having to think about, how do we do risk management? How do we mitigate that? Are we still able to transfer risk or to leverage cyber policies effectively? So I think those are kind of 3 key things that that we're hearing, and all of that at a time where the workforce and the available talent to deal with cybersecurity threats is limited.
Awesome. Thanks, James. And over to Tom.
Well, I think our greatest issue is that we seem to have a lack of ability to gather, or rather look at intelligence around what appears to be the most attacked vector these days, which is actually the human element. We find, especially most recently, that we're seeing more effective measures when we focus on people rather than devices. Devices you can model, you can predict to some extent. You can do a lot of things with that as far as making sure that what's on your network or what's in your cloud or something along those lines is supposed to be there. But it's the actions that actually take, that people take in order to get infected with ransomware and things like that. That's more harder to quantify. So recently we've taken a lot of initiatives, especially in our artificial intelligence models and our threat hunting systems, where we're taking a look at excluding what is normal device behavior versus what's not normal device behavior, and also on the human side, actions with where do you normally go, things like that. Humans are essentially random, whereas ransomware and things like that is not. Usually it's along the lines of an automated system or combination attack, something along those lines. But you can kind of predict and see over a period of time how those attacks evolve. And that's really where our focus is going, is focusing on the education with the human portion of it, and also focusing on predictive analysis as far as what humans are doing or what actions they're taking on your network.
So Tom, I got a follow-up for that real quick. I assume you're not just talking about end users. You're also talking about, for example, sysadmins who misconfigure things, et cetera, right? So human elements just a lot broader than what people think of as the.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a much broader subject than just a malicious actor doing something. I can actually give a specific example of this where something simple as deciding to change your direct deposit or changing the amounts of your direct deposit and where they're going and things like that, and the interaction that happens when a human initiates that request versus it being there is, a lot of information that we can gather in how that communication happens and when it happens and things like that allows us to say, flag, hey, maybe this is malicious. And those are actually some of the biggest attacks that we've seen recently. Is not necessarily so much, out and out, like your typical, hey, we got an email from the CEO saying send, this payment here or something along those lines. It's attacking the smaller people these days, or the normal worker or something along those lines, where we're not talking about millions of dollars. In some cases, we're talking about hundreds of dollars that they're trying to steal. And they're doing this via automated tool sets that we see that are out there, as far as like someone wants to attack a particular customer or something along those, or, customer agency as an example, or a company. And they use information that's available on the internet to do a lot of surveillance, gather who they should be talking to, and then try to attack those people via those vectors. That's also how these days a lot of ransomware is being delivered, either through email and things like that, and not your traditional drive-by or watering hole attacks or something along those lines. So it's quite interesting how to tackle the human element, and it includes things like service accounts and stuff like that as well, or in some cases exposed APIs that could be having some issues that looks like normal human behavior, but it's in fact not. So that's where we're focusing.
Awesome, thanks, Tom. And finally, we'll wrap up with David.
Well, thanks, Tom, and everybody. I would say I would kind of echo some of the things we've heard at profit-driven cyber criminals who have really, they've been emboldened by the success of the recent attacks and the ease of obtaining tools online that we heard Tom and Chris talking about have intensified the targeting of U.S. critical infrastructure. As Levi was mentioning, that certainly is something we're interested in. And it's not I kind of break it down into a most likely and most dangerous scenario. The most likely scenario being, these as mentioned, profit-driven cyber criminals, ransomware, phishing, those sort of mechanisms targeting your weakest element. But our nation's critical infrastructure remains a priority target for not only the profit-driven cyber criminal, but also for our foreign adversaries and domestic actors. They're seeking to degrade, disrupt, exploit our. Either they're seeking, or in kind of a happenstance, as in the case maybe sometimes of other infrastructure like Colonial, it may just be a byproduct of their activities, but it impacts our economy, providing public health and safety services. So one of the things I would say is that for our state and local, I know the majority of our people on the call today are state and local. We're looking at focusing in on 4 critical sectors, one being energy, the next water, aviation, and critical manufacturing. And out of all 4 of those, the one that is predominantly managed by state and local partners is water. So from that standpoint, that's something we're very concerned about, but whether it's from cyber criminals or hacktivists or nation states. So glad to work with anyone on the call related to that. But it's all, as mentioned before, there are interdependencies and cascading effects. So just because you're not in one of those sectors doesn't mean that you're not impacted, obviously. So it's a whole nation effort.
Yeah, awesome, David. Yes, we're going to go to some more individual questions here, starting off with the James. So with more and more organizations moving their IT infrastructure into the off-premises cloud computing environment, and since cloud computing is one of our focuses for this summit, can you talk about some of the trends you've seen from a cybersecurity perspective and what AWS is doing to ensure our data and IT functions are secure? Just kind of expound a little bit about what you talked about earlier.
Yeah, sure. So I think a lot of organizations have kind of realized the, kind of some consistent challenges. I spoke already about the, workforce shortage, not enough cybersecurity talent to meet the demand. The other reality is that, we're still being asked to do more with less. Budgets aren't necessarily getting any bigger. And as you look at how to solve for those, a lot of customers are realizing that, they're spending 50 or 60% of their security talent's time, just doing what we would call undifferentiated heavy lifting. It's going through that procurement cycle, looking at best of breed products, trying to figure out how to integrate these different data feeds into a SIM, building custom parsers, and anytime a data feed changes, having to go back and rewrite parsers, and just a lot of effort that doesn't really lead to that threat hunting and actually solving security issues. And what we see customers saying is, we believe that we can leverage cloud service providers and managed services to simplify the work that our staff has to do and have them actually focusing on things that reduce our security risk posture. And so, through a shared responsibility model that cloud service providers provide, you can have deeply integrated services that bring all of those capabilities together into kind of a single solution that's much easier to deploy, which reduces that friction to stand up the tools and gain that visibility. Chris spoke about asset management and inventory just as one example. The way that a cloud service provider builds their platforms is usually leveraging zero trust kind of models. Everything is API driven, and so you have the ability to have a complete audit log of every resource that was created in the environment, how that resource changed over time. And so when you start to try and apply governance and oversight and incident response and all of those things, you have much better visibility. And so organizations are benefiting from that. And then I think the other thing, that we also talked about earlier was just the flexibility and scalability that you get as your business requirements change. Things like DDoS attacks from a security perspective. If your architecture is built to automatically scale and withstand that, then they go try another organization. So there's benefits there. And then the other challenge is that when you've got all of these different compliance frameworks, whether it's HIPAA, PCI, NIST cybersecurity framework, GDPR, and organizations are trying to figure out how to consolidate all of those unique requirements into a single strategy, having the ability to inherit data centers and infrastructure and security controls that integrate all of that for you that you just inherit as part of the service simplifies the administrative overhead and burden for an organization to implement a security strategy. So those are kind of the most common conversations I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, James. So Tom, similar question related to cloud computing and security. From your Atos perspective, what are just expound a little bit about on the threat trends you're seeing and how you're helping combat those threats.
Well, from a cloud perspective, I think what we're seeing is more of like, I would say, a paradigm shift in what would be traditional thinking versus probably what we see as being the future in a lot of cases. Most of the stuff that we're looking at these days is in a lot of companies having realization that their traditional kind of tool sets just don't work in the cloud, or the threats that we're seeing are evolving beyond those traditional tool sets. So much like James mentioned, we're looking at focusing on software defined controls and concentrating on the end user experience and more of a zero trust model kind of thing. Zero trust means a lot of things to a lot of different people. And, in some cases it's something as simple as getting rid of the device. In other cases, it's, going from a true assume breach kind of mentality where you position your defenses around assuming that you've already been breached, and therefore you focus on protecting the data. The other part of that, though, is unfortunately, humans have access to that data, and they can do various things with it, regardless of whether it's intentional or sometimes unintentional, via lots and lots of different methods, especially when there's no longer, a device involved. So, as we retool essentially for the cloud, we're taking a look at different ways of doing predictive analysis on what people are doing, or what a particular account is doing, and more importantly, what is happening with the data in that particular regard. A good example, I think, we have of this is recently we used an artificial intelligence model to take a look at a user's interaction on the internet. And we actually found that, some data was escaping and bypassing all data loss prevention, security controls, and things like that in this specific instance, because they were doing a concept of microblogging, where essentially they were taking a small, predictable amount of information that they were trying to exfiltrate from the company and then posting it on a social media site like it was a regular message. And typically speaking, if you didn't have the controls that actually analyze the user behavior in place to take a look at things like, is this person, automatically posting the same size message every 15 minutes or something along those lines, that would escape normal controls that are out there, and your DLP solution wouldn't work at all. Assuming that they didn't do something as blatant as post a driver's license number or a social security number in a traditional format, that sort of thing. But having intelligence models, and specifically artificial, machine learning intelligence around analyzing those user behaviors leads us to a lot better zero trust model going forward. So from our perspective, those are the biggest challenges as we move forward, is shifting our thinking from a castles and moats kind of defensive security to more zero trust kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. We're doing the same thing here. So Chris, from your BitSight perspective of assessing and rating other companies' cyber risk, what do you see as some of the common trends from both a threat and vulnerability perspective, and how are you helping your clients address those issues in order to reduce their risk?
So it's interesting. I would say that over the last year and a half or so, I've sort of noticed, having talked to a lot of customers, that there is a disconnect between what the business cares about and what the people who are charged with protecting the infrastructure care about. And it's largely what we kind of bucket it into exposure versus performance. So a lot of times when I talk to the security ops teams, they care about exposure. What are my current vulnerabilities? How am I mitigating specific threats? What kind of controls do I have in place? That kind of stuff, right? But the problem is that I don't see a lot of those types of teams asking why did this happen in the first place. And if you ask the why question, you come up with performance, right? So what you want to do is you want to know that the organization has a good security policy, appropriate processes and procedures that fall out of that policy, and that there's governance around the whole thing. Why are we doing this, and how are we making sure that we're doing it consistently and over time? And so those two things tend to have a disconnect. And what I find is a lot of the security ops teams are playing whack-a-mole. They see a vulnerability, they close the vulnerability, they move on, and they keep on going. They don't ask, why did that vulnerability expose itself in the first place, right? Do we have a policy against this? Even something simple as TLS 1011, which have been deprecated for, at least a couple of years now. We see, for example, in a lot of organizations where they still are configuring in there, and it's not as important as, say, an actual vulnerability, say, the Fortinet directory traversal, which just happened about, 2 or 3 months ago, which was a pretty severe vulnerability, or things like that. And part of it is, we've talked about this, that cybersecurity teams are understaffed, undertrained, overburdened, et cetera, et cetera. So I certainly think that's part of it. But I also think that we're not really elevating the governance at the mid-manager level so that they are managing those teams with a view to, when you see a problem, let's put it into this sort of continuous improvement loop. Let's go back, make sure it's aligned with the policies and processes and procedures are kept up to date as a consequence of that, in that we're the front lines. We're seeing the data, we're seeing the outcome of those policies and procedures, and we should have this feedback loop. And it tends to be a one-way street. So I think that's one of the main problems that I see when I talk to customers. And the consequence of that is it's hard for those organizations to distinguish between what really is a threat and what's not a threat. And it's kind of goes back to what I was saying before, where we need to be thinking about things that could happen and not just things that we know are happening now or have happened in the past. And those are the things that we need to close off. So ultimately, I think as you go through and you start looking at policies, processes, procedures, governance, and all that, that's when you start to put into place all the pieces that are super important things that people don't do a great job at. So, for example, logging and actually doing the analysis on those logs on a regular basis. Super hard to do, but you should obviously continuously improve those kind of things. And then patching, we just did a correlation of ransomware study based upon externally observable data. And what we found is that the people who are most at risk of being hit with ransomware are those who just have a poor patching cadence, which includes things like TLS 10111. In fact, we see organizations who haven't patched systems in years because, Heartbleed came out in 2014 or whatever it was, and then it's been Freak, Poodle, Drown, Beast, all those things that deal with, and by the way, I don't mean to focus on old versions of TLS, but the reason I am is because people tend to overlook those as being important and they just sort of let them go and they go, that's a marketing site. And they don't think about it from that perspective. But the reality is, even a marketing site has credentials which are probably reused elsewhere. So it is important, right? So there's that side of things too. It's poor prioritization, sort of whack-a-mole mentality, controls first instead of policy first. And so that would be the trend that I think that I've been seeing over the last few years.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris. And then Levi in 2 minutes or less. Recorded Future specializes in cyber threat intelligence. So why is that important? How are you providing that to customers and what's the impact?
Yeah, so I think one of the interesting trends that we're seeing right now in the ransomware space is the ransomware payloads are not competitive in the marketplace unless they support Linux now, unless they support virtualized containers. And they realize that it's a lot easier to encrypt a cloud instance than it is 50,000 Windows machines. So we're seeing that there's a lot of R&D happening in that space as well among the criminal element in ransomware. And that is very troubling and disturbing. I think, we're very focused on identity at Recorded Future as well. And a couple of people have talked about credential reuse, right? Making sure that you have very granular visibility into what's happening, not just, inside of your cloud instances, but how people are accessing your cloud instances and what they're doing there. And making sure that you do have granular visibility and granular logging is another concern that we're hearing, from our clients as well.
Awesome. Thanks, Levi. And then David, similar question as the intelligence community element that is statutorily charged, that's a hard word, with delivering intelligence to our state, local, and private sector partners. Tell us why that is so important with regards to cybersecurity, and describe how you're doing that and what we need to collectively improve upon in the information and intelligence sharing arena.
Well, the federal government spends billions with a B every year of dollars to obtain information about our adversaries, including cyber threat actors. So that's a lot of your tax dollars that they're spending, and they do that to try to get ahead of the threat. But if we're going to spend billions of dollars, it doesn't have to be restricted to helping just the federal government. We'd like to share as much of that intelligence as we can with you to help you do the same thing. So the first step in doing that for us is getting to know you, which is part of what we're doing right here now. Understanding your needs. I mean, as much as we talk about the virtual space, we're still human beings. We whether we do it through virtual means, but we need to get to understand what your needs are, develop trusted partnerships with you, and deliver intelligence in a form and in a manner that you can use it to secure your people, your systems, and information. And so more and more what we're finding is that that our customers, strange, I know a lot of people don't think of the federal government as a kind of a provider, like a company would be, but we really are, especially our office when it comes to intelligence. We've found that our customers are telling us that there's obviously a lot of bureaucracy in this environment, especially within the federal government. And we're trying to join forces more and more with our federal and state partners to provide you more of a synchronized, simplified mechanism to share information and intelligence. So having said that, I know a lot of people on the call, if you're not aware, you're probably going to be starting to receive some intelligence from us through a effort we're involved with the FBI, with GTA, and with the States Fusion Center. So you'll probably be getting some emails from us in the future to help streamline that effort, so you're not getting bombarded with the entire federal enterprise.
Yeah, thanks, David. As a former IC member myself, I give you an amen of leveraging those resources to help the state, local, and the private sector. So thanks for doing that. So we're about up on our time, so we'll go around to parting shots. Give us your 30 seconds of wisdom on what we can do best to protect ourselves. So David, we'll go back to you and lead us off, please.
Okay, well, I know one of the things that you had talked about was, as me being the sole government guy, what would I tell you to do if you're a victim? And that's one of the key things a lot of people want to know with this ever increasing number of attacks. And I would say to everybody out there, one key thing I've seen is if you don't have a cyber incident response plan, well, first of all, follow your cyber incident response plan. If you don't have one, get started in developing one, and training and equipping yourself to follow that plan, rehearsing, exercising, assessing results, following your improvement planning processes, so you can identify and develop considerations and the processes and the context that you need ahead of time. And a big part of that is, which drives a lot of this, is understanding what the threat is and continuing to interact with us, all of us in the panel, and others in the cyberspace, the cyber threat intelligence space, to try to understand what's coming at you, so you can better improve your not only your response planning, but also your security planning to get ahead of the threat as much as possible. So we stand ready to do that and glad to be on the panel to help do that.
Great, thanks. Tom.
I think probably some of the things maybe we want to stress is that compliance regulations that we have out there when we try to adhere to a standard, those actually help our defense. And when you adhere to a standard, like David has been talking about, the machines and humans actually tend to act more the same. And when you see those kinds of things, you can plan your defenses around the abnormal a little bit better, is essentially what I'm getting at. And finding ways to measure those things on a technical basis, as far as if you want to implement CIS controls or something along those lines. I mean, they have, technical audits that go along with those, and how you deploy those assets and make sure that they're all hardened and things like that really matters on a very small detail level. And that is kind of a different way of thinking from, traditional sort of IT stuff where, hey, we fixed it, or hey, we deployed it and it's good enough. That's generally speaking not good enough these days. And that's doing things the correct way, doing things according to policy. Those are probably the hardest challenges of any IT organization, I think. And Chris probably will agree with that. We see that kind of things in the ratings that BitSight comes out with as a specific example, and that's just all publicly available information that we can see. So that's pretty much it. Cross your I's, dot your T's, make sure you measure everything.
Awesome. James, in 60 seconds or less.
Yeah, I would just go back, having been in the CISO role a couple times, the thing I would say is focus on doing the basics well. I don't have unlimited budget, I don't have unlimited resources, but I know that there's a handful of security things I can do that are the most effective and mitigate, the majority of the risks. Encrypt everywhere, use multi-factor authentication everywhere. Make sure that your end users, that you're continuing to train them, but also build security in by default and reduce the number of decisions that your end users even have to make. If you do some of those basic blocking and tackling things, a lot of the, if you look back at things like the Verizon data breach investigation report, the root cause for many, many, many of these security incidents are the same things we've been telling folks to do for years. We just still aren't doing them effectively. So leverage automation, improve your processes, and continue to drive those basic minimum security standards.
Awesome. Thanks, James. Levi.
Yeah, just to reiterate some of what's already been said here, Eric, I think the name of the game is really resilience. And I think, at Recorded Future, we're really seeing an acceleration and a convergence between the physical and the cyber worlds and the physical and the cyber domains. And that's only going to continue to accelerate over time. And, there's a lot of implications that come out of that, but resilience really has to be first and foremost for every organization. And, you were talking about it earlier, Eric, which is it's an asymmetric problem, when you're a US business and you find yourself, thinking about how to defend yourselves from foreign adversaries that really have, unlimited resources and times in terms of, time and manpower and funding. It's quite a problem to wrap your head around. I think, we have to move beyond thinking about, the perimeter defenses as we've talked about and really think about resilience. It's not just, do you have backups when it comes to ransomware? It's how long does it take you to restore from backup, and have you actually tried to do that in a comprehensive way? The other thing that we're finding out is that there's a lot of reliance on vendors today, but there's gaps, right? And if you're not doing some sort of control validation as part of that resilience strategy, it's something to at least consider.
Awesome. Thanks, Levi. And we're running up on time. So again, thank all the panelists. Chris, I'm going to give you the last word, but you got about 60 seconds before they cut us off.
I'm not even going to take that much. So everybody said everything that I was going to say for the most part. Focus on the basics. Always ask why you're doing things. Zero trust, etc. Prepare for the worst. But the one thing that I just want to leave on the table here is that the more I talk to folks in cybersecurity, the more I realize that most of the people have a fairly good ego and they think they have it covered. So my advice would be walk into every situation as if with humility and say that you don't know everything and be open-minded about what's next. I think our biggest problem is that people say, we've done this, that's good enough, and it's never good enough.
Fantastic. I think we're wrapped up. So again, thank all you guys for your time today. Really appreciate your insight into this important topic, and thank GTA again for allowing us to participate in your conference. So back over to the GTA team.
And we're live. Good morning, everybody. Let me get the right PowerPoint up over here for you. Yeah, there we go. I'm Chris Allen. I am the Special Projects Coordinator here at the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency.
I'm Jonathan Bob. I am a cybersecurity analyst with the Georgia Technology Authority. I'm assigned to GEMA, and I am the current ESF 17 lead.
And we'll get into what that means a little bit later. But first, I wanted to express the gratitude to the GTA team for allowing us to be a part of this great summit you guys are putting on today. On behalf of the Director Sean, thank you guys again for including us. We're here this morning to talk to you about HB 156. This was the measure that was passed this year by the legislators back in March. So we're going to talk to you about what it is, the cyber implementation reporting that is created for us, and how that process is going to work. So I'll give you a second here. Okay, so like I said, cybersecurity is a statewide priority for us. We're going to go talk about that, some of the things the state's doing across multiple agencies. As you'll see, we've got a lot of great partnerships with GTA, DOD, and some other folks as well. Then we're getting to the bill language, kind of walk you through what it says and what it means. We're going to put it into common terms instead of legislative terms. We're also going to tell you why you should report, besides it's the law that you have to now, but why it's good for you to report, who all needs to report, whether you're state, local, county, and there's some utilities included as well. When to report, what's the time frame that you need to get this information to us? What information needs to be reported? Should you send us your McAfee scans that happen every day, or what kind of information are we looking to get here? And then also the most important thing, how do you report a cyber incident? So we're going to get into all those things for you today. But first, a little bit about GEMA and why we're involved in this. I was talking to Jonathan earlier. It's kind of funny they put me between the head of the Georgia Cyber Center, Eric, and then I think you guys got a hacker after us. So it's funny for me because I had problems changing the HTML code on my Zanga page. So I'm not Mr. Coding. That's Jonathan here. That's what I got him for. But so why is the guys that we struggle with basic stuff? Why are we involved? And that's because it's our job here to facilitate protection in life and property against man-made and natural disasters. And cyber is one of these man-made disasters that we're going to call it. So that's why GEMA is involved here. The vision of the agency: create a safer Georgia by providing strong leadership and promoting excellence. So that's what we're doing here. We're leading the state's response and helping direct resources when required. These are some of the hazard analysis that we do. These are the things that we prepare for: floods, wildfires, droughts, earthquakes, technological and man-made disasters and events. So your terrorism, there's also winter storms, evacuee support, and then hurricanes and stuff. So a lot of weather incidents, a lot of natural incidents. We also are in charge of man-made incidents as well. And again, technological and man-made disasters is the cyber events that we're talking about today. Why are we here? We've had 20 major disasters in the last 2 decades, 46 since 1953. You'll see the tornadoes and the Albany floods. Some of the devastating effects are our agriculture and our crops after droughts. These are all things that we help the response to in the state. This information has not yet, until about this year when we're going to start including us, involved anything cyber related. I imagine, when we give this presentation at the 7th annual summit in 5 years from now, that number's gonna be a lot bigger. We're gonna start involving cyber incidents there as well. We all know how frequently these things can happen, and at what great lengths the damage can be done. So I'm not going to read all these through for you, but this gives you a really good idea of some of the things. Just look, let's go since I graduated. The flooding in 15, Hurricane Matthew in 16. We had 2 separate really bad tornado bounces in January of 17, Hurricane Irma, Michael, Dorian, and of course, last year, the COVID-19 pandemic. We were involved in the statewide testing centers and also the statewide vaccination centers. So a bunch of our guys, our manpower went to that to help the state get through the pandemic we're going through right now. These are some of the big ones. Again, not going to get all to them, but you guys get the point here. We respond to the state's emergencies. Jonathan, you want to talk about this one real quick?
Oh, just real quick. These are the 6 steps for the cyber incident response. This was the basis for the next slide, which is going to be the 5 steps for the GEMA incident response.
Exactly, and you're going to see how greatly the cyber incident response fits into what we do every day, which is emergency management and a comprehensive response to that. There's 5 big steps. Prevention, to stop an incident from occurring. So those are, activities like we're doing right now. These are activities like the quarterly test that GTA sends out to us about phishing, awareness and those kind of programs that you guys should be doing in your agencies to really help. What was the phrase? Prepare the end user.
Yes.
See, I'm learning things. Preparedness to respond. So that's also what we're doing today. We're helping you prepare what you need to know when an event happens. How do you respond to it? What steps you take to report it to us? What information should you have prepared when you report it to us? Who should be reporting it to us? All big things we're going to go over today. Response. We'll get into that in a little bit as well. That's Jonathan's side of the house. But responding to the emergency, responding to the cyber incident. The recovery. So this is, I think, still David Allen's phrase, hands on keyboards, right? Long-term and short-term recovery, and how that, how do you get your attendance mechanism back up at your school that's been hacked? And then mitigation for your long-term. So that's something you guys, we can encourage you guys to do. But if you do have a devastating cyber attack, how do you rebuild? Do you rebuild the same and have the same sort of weaknesses in your system, or do you rebuild differently with the opportunity there to, completely from the ground up, build a stronger and more secure network, server? Correct phrases should be entered here, right? So Georgia's expanding prioritization of the cybersecurity. We've got great state and private partnerships throughout the state with a lot of great companies. We got folks like the Georgia Cyber Center. I just heard from Eric and his panel. Jonathan had the chance to go over and hang out with them for, what was the call again?
That was the CyberDog.
CyberDog. So that, just putting on events like that to really help raise awareness, best practices and things like that. There's a lot of great things going on. In that case, also emergency support function 17. So I'm going to explain what that is for emergency support side. I'm going to let Jonathan talk about what they do. So we have 17 emergency support functions within GMA in the state's response to incidents. Previously, there was only 16. For example, ESF2 across the hall behind the camera there is communications. Those are things like radios. That's also things like who gives the speeches, external affairs there for us. So we have a comprehensive plan for things like that, or how to get messages out when you return back to St. Simon's after your event, things like that. The governor and Director Stallings had a conversation, and some other leaders in the state said we need one for cyber. So this is the state's response mechanism to cyber incidents, and Jonathan here is in charge of that.
Yes. So for Georgia, I'm the ESF 17. This was in response to the new House Bill 156. We're going to start getting more in the weeds with that in the upcoming slides. My role as of now is to process the alerts sent in by the citizens of Georgia as they
So as these reports come in,
Yes.
right? Jonathan's the guy that handles them for us.
I'm so sorry.
Because they don't want me that can't code. You don't want me calling and saying, yeah, so what port is that? I don't even know what that means really. Jonathan does. So he's the mastermind behind all of this.
Yes, and for the different areas that we have.
Yeah, so all the different areas, they're very comprehensive, and in order to make sure the state has a fully comprehensive plan to respond, we added cyber for that. So next thing here, HB 156 and the call to report all cyber incidents to GMA Homeland Security. I'm going to bore you with the bill language in a little bit, but the overall takeaway from this should be that all entities, all government entities that are created by the power and authority of the Constitution of the state of Georgia should be reporting cyber attack incidents, I think is the bill language, to GMA. And I'll let you know what categories that is in a second. How to report to GMA. So there's two actually different steps. Some of y'all actually already report cyber attacks and cyber incidents to GTA's help desk already. So you guys are going to continue that protocol, and we'll go into how that is going to be checked off the box, some of the agreements we've made with Stallings and GTA. But then also there's a different way to report if you're not a GTA reporting agency. So these are going to be more focused towards your counties, your municipalities, your utilities, and some of the things like that. And then why report to GMA? We've got a slide like it's the law, but why else should you report to us? And there's three really big things that we sat down and talked about of why you should report. It's critical for the state to have this kind of information, not only so that we can help you respond. The state has a lot of great resources we're going to go through, including the Georgia Technology Authority, and the ways that we can help you if a cyber event occurs. But not only that, it is critical for us to get data sets of these things. I think this group, more than any other, will understand the importance of data and these numbers and analyzing that. That way, if we're noticing, let's say we get 16 reports a month, right? Of those 16, 12 were from, and I'm not going to use the right language here because Jonathan's the mastermind and I'm not, but from USB sticks being stuck into a desktop that got mailed to them saying, hey, I've got a file in here and you should look at it. Something malicious is on there and can.
Yes, if something malicious is on there, we want to be able to get that data, sift through it, see how many occurrences this is, how many occurrences of this are happening in Georgia, and get that data to our various teams and develop educational components so that we can send that out to the people of Georgia and to mitigate this in the future.
Exactly. That way we need to know, going back to those quarterly, I keep calling them tests, but the quarterly tests that GTA sends out to us. All right, this month we're going to teach you and test your knowledge base about mitigating USB stick malicious software. Or if we notice that it's a bunch of phishing emails, we're going to have one about phishing emails. It's really going to help us drive the conversation and be a fact and data-based thing going forward. Why else should you report to GMO? Because this information is protected. Cybersecurity information, and I'm not going to get into all the legality behind it, but it's protected information. So two big things you should think of here. The Freedom of Information Act cannot access any of the cyber incident reports that we submitted to us. So if you send something into us and it ends up on the AJC or on WSAB, it didn't come from us because we're not telling them. To that point, we could have set up here and we at one point were like, should we talk about examples of things that have happened in the state before? We don't want to point fingers because I guarantee you there's at least one agency on this call that has had a cyber incident, and we don't want it to be embarrassing. We're trying to break that kind of stigma, really. But to be honest with you, we had an incident 2 years ago. It happened to us. It's hard. You don't really want to talk about how it happened. You don't want to talk about what happened, but we need to. We need to be able to have those conversations, share that information, that we be better prepared in the future. And that goes on prevention, which is one of our, the first thing in incident management, prevention. That exactly is how we're going to be able to help fight future attacks from happening. So we're going to get the bill language a little bit right here. I'll try to make this not too boring. I did this for governor for a year. He did fall asleep only once, so hopefully y'all won't either. So bill language starts with defining a couple of words. First word it defines as agency. As you can see here, it's pretty broad. The executive, judicial, legislative branch of the state, and any department, agency, board, bureau, office, commission, public corporation, and authority thereof. So pretty much everything under the state of Georgia right there. Every county, municipal corporation, school district, or other political subdivision of the state. That's pretty broad, but what you think there is pretty much everything that's on the county level that's created by the state of Georgia Constitution is included in this definition. Further, every department, agency, board, bureau, office, commission, authority, or similar body of each such county, municipal, and other political subdivisions of the state. and every city, county, regional, or other authority established pursuant to the laws of the state. So if you're a state organization, if you're a county organization, if you're a regional organization, or if you're a city organization, municipal, or a subdivision of that, you're included in this definition. There's one exception to this, and the brilliant minds of the Dome did this. Exception is electrical or gas services provided through authorities of any kind of city or county. It also defines utility. The utility is defined as any public, private, or cooperatively owned line, facility, or system for producing, transmitting, or distributing power, electricity, light, heat, or gas. So think like our friends over at the Southern Company would fall under this. And this is the kind of the heart of the bill right here is this page. Except as provided in paragraph 2, we're going to read a little bit. Every agency shall report to the Director of Emergency Management of Homeland Security or his or her designee, Jonathan, any cyber attack incident, data breach, or identified use of malware on the agency or computer or network determined by the Director to be that type of cyber attack, data breach, or use of malware to create a life safety event, substantially impacting security of data, information systems, or affect critical systems, equipment, or service delivery. Let me make that really short for you. Every agency, as defined a second ago, shall report to GEMA, Homeland Security, any cyber incident on anything that was defined on the previous slide. That's the short version of this. Every agency shall report to GEMA, any cyber attack incident, and we define that in a second. The reporting requirements, some more bill language here for you. Some utilities, I think especially, have to report things to the federal government per federal code. I'm not an expert on that. I only play a lawyer on Twitter. I'm not a real one. But if you are such a nature of that, and you report it to the feds, within 2 hours of that report, you need to let us know as well. All right, in paragraph 3 here, the Director, GEMA, shall, subject to approval by the governor, make rules and regulations specifying the reporting mechanism for making a report in paragraphs 1 and 2, blah, blah, blah. Short version of this is we are defining the policy set forth, and that process is still ongoing. But this is the front end. This is what we can tell you right now. There's 2 different ways to report. GEMA directly, if you're a non-GTA, or through GTA if you fall under their authority there. Jonathan, you want to expand on that a little bit more?
That's correct. As previously stated, if you have already been reporting to GTA as it's been shown in your policy, then you should continue doing that. Otherwise, you're going to use one of our reporting portals over here or
Exactly.
the number.
Another thing to think time frame is we want the report to come into us 2 hours for the initial incident detection. So as soon as you find out, unless there's an exception later we'll get to, within 2 hours of the initial detection, we want to know. That way we can help sooner. Jonathan can tell you when we get one of these reports and we figure out there's an incident like the one a month and a half ago, state government finds a way to move really fast. There were 17 pretty high-ranking folks trying to help the county out, recover some things. And we got some big wigs in there and we moved some stuff around to help them out. So, but the faster you tell us, the faster we can help. The last one here, and we'll get into definitions in a little bit, is what should you report? Y'all, I'm told y'all are familiar with these cyber incidents categories of 1 and 2. And Jonathan, you can help.
Yes, so a category 1 incident is going to be an incident where day-to-day business cannot be conducted. Your systems, your network is completely offline, and you're basically crippled. So with the category 2, you're still going to have some functionality, but you're going to be significantly hindered. A portion of your systems are not going to be operational. And then with the Cat 3, Category 3 compromises are going to be anything not listed that doesn't fall into a Category 1 or 2.
So these are things, these are not your McAfee scans. Please do not send me and Jonathan every time you do a McAfee scan and it finds this or that. We don't need to know what your McAfee history is. But do tell us, I'll use an example. We had a school reach out and say that one of their students' email accounts had gotten compromised. Little Johnny apparently had not used a very safe password. And some malicious actor had gotten in there and started sending spam out from his school account that wasn't him. That we're calling a compromised account and a compromising incident that we do want to know about. Because that's something we need to know, how often is these kids' accounts getting hacked? That way we can say, hey, DOE, this is some education we need to help put out as part of education. John, did you have something on that?
I don't have much to add. That's pretty much the only head. We want to know who, we want to know what organizations are being targeted. We want to know how often, how frequently, so that we can, going back a few slides back, build up, a portfolio to let us know what's being targeted and with what, so that we can get a response team out there, build up a preparedness plan for the future. And if something bigger is on the horizon around these types of attacks, or if there's a pattern being developed, we can respond accordingly, possibly invoking EMAC agreements or.
Exactly, and we'll get into that in a second.
Yeah.
Yeah. So moving on, we've got two more of these, I promise. This is talking about utilities. Utilities shall report installings, any cyber attack, incident, data breach, so forth and so forth. Again, this talks about how they have to talk to the feds for us. Within 2 hours of talking to the feds, we're requesting utility departments. Anybody defined as a utility earlier tells us as well. This is where that one exception to the 2-hour rule comes in then, because we try to standardize that across the board. Down here at the bottom, it says, provided, however, if such information is prohibited under any federal law, rule, or regulation from being disseminated, the utility shall provide such information on the expiration or lifting of such prohibition. So pretty much if the feds say, hey, don't tell anybody right now, we're working it out, there's a carve out for you guys in there. But as soon as, you guys get the green light and it's the blackout time there is lifted, we do want to know, that way we can, again, we may not be helping respond to the incident at that point, but we do want to make sure it's included in our data set. Last top slide of the bill language, I promise right here. Paragraph B, any reports or records produced pursuant to this code section shall not be subject to public inspection or disclosure under Article 4, Chapter 18, and Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated. This goes back to what I was saying earlier. This information is protected. This is not something that Bluestein at the AJC, dear friend, is going to be able to FO, or Freedom of Information Act, and get his hands on. We're not telling anybody about this, to the point where we didn't talk about other incidents earlier. This is very, very important to us, that we gain and keep the trust that we have in it as the central hub here at GMA. We want you to know that you can trust us. We want you to know that this information, this critical, this sensitive, embarrassing information will be safe with us. We're not talking about it outside of the circles that it has to be talked about in, to make sure that the future of the state is secure. Subparagraph E here, nothing in this code section shall relieve any agency or utility of any duty that may exist under law to notify any person impacted by a cyber attack, data breach, or identify use of malware, including but not limited to any notice required under Article 34, Chapter 1, Title 10. That's just saying, there's some rules out there saying that there's personal information that is released, and there's thresholds and things like that. This isn't, the report to us does not count as a report to that person. Again, we're not gonna tell them, because we ain't telling nobody. Building goes on to talk about some other things, but that's the, at this point, that's the end of the relative language. Let's get on to the next slide here, the reporting process. This is the fun part. I think we had a question earlier about what's a cyber incident and how we're defining it, so we're gonna get to that here on this part. What to report? Severity 1, severity 2, and compromised credentials. Jonathan's kind of already gone over this a little bit. This is, severity 1 is if your system's shut down, you can't do nothing. Think of, and there might be other examples, but first one that comes to my head, as the common man, is ransomware. And the hacker's gotten in, they've shut your systems down, they've encrypted all of your files with the code that we don't have. You can't do diddly squat. That's severity 1. Severity 2. Jonathan, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this. Then you're the expert here, not me. But I know you will. Severity 2 here. This is a system. I do a lot with school safety, so I'm biased towards these folks with my information knowledge. Severity 2 would be, let's say your attendance taking mechanism is your lockout of that. Somebody's gotten a password into it. They have cut out everybody else, and they've changed the admin passwords. They've done all that. And you can't take attendance for any of the kids in your school or your district. That's an example of severity 2. The loss of use of a portion of your system.
I mean, if you want a more general example.
Please.
Just a general denial of service where it's bogged down your network to the point where it's slow. That would also count as a loss, depending on what you handle in your day-to-day functionality.
There you go, DOS attacks. Great example there, Jonathan. Thank you. And also compromised credentials. These are things that, maybe you can still make phone calls, you're not getting your DOS attack, nothing's completely shut down. But little Johnny's email or your mayor's email is sending out messages that's not coming from the actual mayor himself or herself. Something like that, something where there is a penetration into your system and that's been detected, that's a compromise we want to know about. A lot of those things can be handled internally, understandably, and we don't expect you guys to say, oh no, I need your help blocking this account for me. We fully know and expect you guys to be able to do that on your own. But again, this goes back to collecting the data set and building that so that we have the most information available to make the best future decisions. Again, please don't send us your daily McAfee scans. There's been a lot of talk about that internally. We don't want that. When to report. With the one exception of if the feds tell you don't, within 2 hours of your initial detection, right? So Jonathan, we were running through a scenario earlier yesterday saying, okay, if the actual incident happened, or if the actual encryption of files and all that starts Wednesday or Friday night after everybody's gone home, because that's when they decided to, hit the execute button on the bug. You guys don't realize it until the secretary comes in, turns her computer on, and there's a anonymous face saying, ha ha ha, send me money. At that point, that's when your clock starts for your 2 hours to let us know. Don't worry about it. It happens Friday night after hours. As soon as you know, let us know. How to report. So we have something here called the state warning point. This is where tornado alerts come in. This is how the state gets notified of emergency management and severe weather incidents. We're also using it for other things. We're also going to be using it for our initial cyber incident response reports. That number is 1-800-TRI-GMA. Take a screenshot, save it, tell everybody you know. 1-800-TRI-GMA. You want to explain the process of what happens when they call in, Jonathan?
It's a process that is currently in the works. As you can see, skipping ahead a little bit, there's a web portal coming soon. But for right now, 1-800-TRI-GMA is going to be your primary way of reporting any cyber incidents. when you call 1-800-TRI-GMA, you're going to get one of the analysts. They're going to take your information, your organization information, and contact details, and they're going to pass it on to me, and then I will reach back out to you and get a better understanding of what exactly is going on, and we'll build out a plan from there.
Exactly. And so right now it's just calling into us. We're currently working on the web portal. We were in a really interesting meeting Monday where they're showing us some of the proof of concepts. It's going to be a great system, very end user friendly. There you go. Use the end user there, filtered it in there. But no, it's going to be great. To kind of give you guys an idea, you know, when you call or report an incident, we're also going to be asking, hey, are you just reporting to check the box? Or are you reporting to request help? Because if you're just reporting to check the box, give us the data set, thank you so much. We appreciate that. That's going to help the state. Have a great day. If you're calling to request help, you're going to start a series of events that's going to involve either GTA, because they're the masterminds behind the keyboards, not us, or for very severe events and larger agencies at a great scale. The Department of Defense has a cyber team. Jonathan, can you talk about that a little bit for us?
The CPT team, that can be invoked by the director here or the governor, and that is in response to larger cyber incidences or I guess more resource intensive incidences where funding might come into play.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's some things like that, but we've got the tools, and it doesn't matter if it is the governor's office that gets shut down, or if it's our friends down in Echols County, or my boys over in Quitman County. If you call us and you ask us for help and it's a reasonable request, we're going to help you. The state's going to come to your needs. There, at some point, there are costs incurred. We're not going to get into that today. We're still finalizing some of those details. But those are things we'll be upfront about. We're going to have information for you. Like I said, if you're curious about that, contact us later. One more thing I want to get to until we get kind of the wrap up slide. What person in your organization should report, right? So again, if you're just calling to check the box and give us the data set, it can be CIO, it can be the mayor, it could be the secretary, it could be, you know, whoever that needs to be. If you are calling to request the aid of the state, it needs to come from somebody who has the authority on behalf of your county, of your agency, your bureau, your office that has the authority to make that request. And if this is the same person or if it's a different person, you also need to have available to you somebody who understands things like ports and some more, you know, computer science detailed information that somebody with a political science degree like me probably doesn't understand, right, Jonathan? Is that fair to say?
That is very fair to say.
There you go. So you're gonna want your county manager or whoever that person is, your mayor, somebody with the kind of the authority to say, hey, we need GTA in here. We've got an issue. But then you're also going to need somebody, your CIO, your tech guy, whoever that is, whoever fixes your printer spool problems for you that understands these things. You're going to want them on the line as well, because Jonathan's going to ask more technical questions that I don't even comprehend sometimes. So the key takeaways. This is what we want you guys to take away from this. Why we report, besides it's the law, because it's the law now. Why do we report? Because you can get a great amount of state resources coming to your aid if you so need it. We don't want you sitting there with, you know, helplessly trying to do it yourself. We can help if you need us. Also, like we talked about, help us build the data set. Help us understand in a greater capacity what the issues facing the state and the counties and the cities and everybody is. Because it's going to help drive the next wave of prevention measures. Who should report? Anybody defined under agency earlier or utility. Pretty much everybody on the state level, everybody on the county level, everybody on the municipal level, and certain utilities. When to report. With the one exception of the feds, tell us within 2 hours of you understanding that you have an issue. what to report. Category 1, or severity 1, severity 2, and then compromised incidents under category 3. Severity 3, excuse me. Not your McAfee scans. Do not send us that. And then how to report. 1-800-TRI-GMA, the state warning point. And then also a future web portal to come soon. And at this time, you guys have any questions, put it in the chat. Our friends in GTA are going to let us know. Looks like we have one here. Request for the attendee explain what all cyber incidents encompasses. That goes back to severity 1, severity 2, and severity 3 incidents as well. That's what we're looking for there. I hope that's answers that question. If you guys have any more, hold on, give me a second. Let me see if we can get back to our chat. My computer. Any Q&A? Anything in here? No new questions? Ooh. Does reporting apply to public, private, both business entities? It's a great question. So private entities do not have to report to us. If you want to help us out, help us build a data set, that's fine. We'll take it. But private entities such as Coca-Cola do not have to, or publicly traded entities like that do not have to report to us. Yeah, so unless you're a utility type business like our friends over at Southern Company, this doesn't fall in under that category. But thank you for the question. That's really good. I'm glad you helped me clarify that. Anna, do we have any others? We're about to get close to our 45 minutes, David Jonathan. We did good. We didn't go over like I was worried about. Okay, I'm not seeing anything else. So I'm going to say there's no more public questions, but let me give you this. This is our contact information. If you want to email me or Jonathan, please do. Part of the program here is awareness of the reporting requirements. So grab our emails. Ask us anything you may have. I heard a little ping there. But if you got any questions, please reach out to us. If you want to know any more, let us know. We are here to help because we are from the government. That's what we do. But seriously, let us know if you need anything, if you have any questions about this, or anything at all. Let us know. We're here to help. And yeah, I think that's about it. Last thing, if you are a school, because I'm a shameless plug guy, if you are a school, we're having a school safety conference coming up. Scan the QR code, sign up for more information. So if you got a principal or somebody on your county level or your local folks, let them know this is happening. This will be really good next year. And with that, I believe that's all. Jonathan, you got anything else?
I have nothing else to add.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Thanks again to our friends over at GTA for having us. Appreciate the opportunity, and thank y'all for chiming in today.
Yeah, all right, cool. All right. How's everyone doing? I'm Pramana, and I have with me iDigital, Flame, and Endgame. And we're going to kind of give you a hacker's perspective on vulnerabilities. And before we actually dive into that topic, we'll kind of do quick little intros of each of us. All right, like I said, I'm Pramana. I'm retired U.S. Air Force, part of Pros versus Joe's Red Team. I am also on SYNAC Red Team, Bug Bounty Hunter. Work for Scientific Research Corporation, SRC. Also side work with blackharbor.io. And for Capture the Flag events, when I have time, my team is Cyber Team 6. Pass it off to iDigital.
Cool. Hey, morning or afternoon, everybody. I'm iDigital Flame. I usually do red and or gold team for Pros versus Joes. I mainly do a lot of offensive security development and security research. In professional space, I do a lot of red teaming. Usually I do some reverse engineering and kind of tooling for usually teams that I work with. Yeah.
All right. Passing over to Endgame now.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. I'm in game. Similar to these guys, I'm on the Pros versus Joe's Red Team. During the day, I do offensive security stuff. Similarly, I'm on a pen testing team, and I also do a lot of our internal tooling, whether it's writing cool custom malware or helping us with infrastructure for our Red Team ops. That's kind of what I do. I'm also part of the SYNAC Red Team for bug bounties, and yeah, that's the nutshell of me.
All right. So we were kind of asked, you know, to kind of give our perspective on when we do assessments and so forth. So from my perspective, I tend to try to research the target. You know, when I'm given a target, XYZ company, whatever, I'm definitely going out and using the Google Foo. I'll pass it off to Endgame and iDigital to kind of give their perspective of where they start.
Yeah, so for me, it's fairly similar. If you've ever seen the classic SANS pen testing steps poster, it's very much like that. There's a couple of custom things you want to add into your workflow as you go, but essentially, you know, you want to do some kind of reconnaissance, whether that is OSINT with your Google Foo or that's doing like an Nmap scan or any kind of network scanning, just to get an idea of what your attack surface is. It's usually where we start.
Yeah, and kind of adding in, you know, doing passive reconnaissance through, you know, tools such as Shodan actually is pretty interesting to find some things they might have, especially if you have at least some, you know, idea of like their errand ranges or, you know, any specific, you know, DNS domains they may have. One of the other tools, at least I do when I'm kind of researching targets, is their software engineers in LinkedIn. A lot of the times they will have the specific like things they are like good in. And so a lot of time if a company has like a lot of developers specifically targeting like a, you know, a type of app development or a type of programming language or, you know, application specifically, it's also one of the things I kind of look for, you know, seeing if they're going to have a bunch of engineers like doing the Node stuff, they're probably going to have Node apps, for example.
Yeah, and I'll piggyback on that as well. Definitely, if you can, that's kind of where we have in here like a pattern life. I put that in the slide. So as I'm doing some open source research and within a target, and you start getting into sites like LinkedIn and so forth, when you start finding people who work for the company, definitely a lot of them are very proud about what they do and what they work on. From the flip side of that, that gives us a better perspective of what technologies that, you know, enumerate from that attack surface that we can begin to dig and try to find some vulnerabilities within said application, target, type of systems that are being ran. And it's almost the same methodology that I try to use with doing bug bounties as well. So I'll kind of spin it a little bit, you know, and also from a perspective, there are certain things that I like to look for. My type of vulnerabilities within a network, I'm a big Linux and network guy. So I'm definitely looking and reconning the infrastructure of a target. That could be anything from the Cisco devices that are running, the services that are running off those Cisco devices that I can take advantage of, to any type of network management. So I do like to definitely look for SNMP running within a network, or Cisco Smart Install are also very big vectors that are still present today, even though the vulnerability for Smart Install for Cisco came out in 2018. Endgame?
Yeah, I can piggyback off of that really perfectly. So kind of combining your OSINT phase and your general recon into the vulnerability lifecycle, something that I look for before I even start going after known exploits is seeing if I can find common credentials. So in the recon space, that may look like tracking down not only those developers on something like LinkedIn, but also going through GitHub and see if the or GitLab even to see if the company has any projects that are open source, or maybe tools that sysadmins are publishing that they shouldn't, or anything like that. If you can find those correlations between their developers or their actual company and repositories that are posted, you may end up with things like even plain text network passwords to SSH keys, AWS keys. So I'll start there and see what credentials I can gather. And then from there, try to test different appliances. Maybe they have an exposed Palo Alto firewall, or maybe they have just a WordPress admin that's on the internet that you can try to log into. Looking for those kind of endpoints that fairly low-hanging fruit. Maybe users manage their own credentials, something that could be an easy password, an easy foothold just to get in. It may not get you onto the network, but it will get you a little bit further. That's usually where I start before I even begin to go after a known vulnerability.
And to add to that, exposed credentials are a big thing that are used in a lot of attacks. A little bit more recently now with all the breaches that we do have. You know, a lot of times you may be able to correlate somebody's email, or at least their email schema necessarily, with common breaches that you may find. So you may be able to do something like a credential stuffing attack, where you're trying to use already breach passwords or hashes necessarily against some things that are exposed in our network. A couple other things, specifically that I look for, actually, a lot of the times companies will have contractors or third-party companies come in and do management, and a lot of times these companies won't have something super advanced set up, so necessarily out-of-band management systems might not be protected via VPN. I mean, you'd be surprised that you do a Nmap scan over a company's external range for RDP, and you might find something out there. It's actually surprisingly common for a couple places. So that's one of the ways you can at least potentially start, getting an initial idea of what you're going to be up against.
Yeah, so we can piggyback off the credentials, I think, all day long, because you do have that issue that sysadmins like to reuse through different technologies, whether it's a log onto a router that also gets you onto a Linux box that also belongs to a domain, for a Windows domain and Active Directory. And, Active Directory nowadays is just a trove of information, and enumerating that attack surface with just a very low level account can yield so much information for us to actively take in, analyze, and actually project a way to go from an everyday user to a domain or enterprise admin, just through the amount of information that Active Directory provides. And with the tools that are provided now through Bloodhound and so forth, and taking that data and just analyzing it, it's almost like the sky is almost limitless, kind of some of the tools that are out now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
oh, go ahead. Yeah, so I
can go. God, go ahead.
We're bad at this. Go. No, you go. I'm shutting up.
Okay, fine. Yeah, Bloodhound's definitely a really cool tool. I'm glad you mentioned it. It's one of the tools I've used in a couple internal assessments, although nowadays it does get detected a little bit. especially from like the types of queries it makes, which does make it a little bit more complicated to use. But even doing like manual LDAP queries is great. Initially, there's a lot of things that Microsoft kind of documents you to do that you can use to your advantage. So basically, one of the tools such as LAPS, which is the local administrator password setting utility that a lot of companies do use. Sometimes if you have improper permissions in Active Directory, for example, you could get those extra Active Directory user attributes or computer attributes necessarily, and they're available to pretty much, if they're not set correctly, they're available to any user with, a bind access to LDAP, which pretty much is anybody that has an account. So even a low-level user, like in accounting, for example, could pull potential like local computer passwords, which at least will give you a foothold on that machine to jump somewhere else.
You gonna go again?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So I was gonna add to the Bloodhound topic specifically. So the kind of adjacent to Bloodhound, a lot of attacks that you use to even get those initial credentials, you're looking mostly at it from an internal perspective. So when we talk about external vulnerabilities, a lot of times I'm looking at whatever footholds out there, whether that's a deserialization issue on a website, or maybe there's an exposed service such as RDP or Citrix or VPN we can break into. But once you're in via one of those means, there are a lot more possibilities, but you may not have credentials initially. And to do your Bloodhound attacks, you have to have some kind of local user. But that's where a lot of other tools come in. And one of the more popular ways that I always get in is through either NTLM relay or responder type attacks. And especially with the recent release of the DHCP WPAD attacks within the latest responder, those have not been fixed, and it basically rains hashes for you. And granted, they're NTLM v2 most of the time, but taking those and cracking them offline if you're just a low-level user and your organization maybe doesn't have the best of password policies, or maybe they just use a common credential, that's your foothold. You'll be able to crack those offline in usually a matter of seconds, and take those, throw them in the Bloodhound, and chart your path to DA from there. And that can look like anything from permission abuse to maybe you find adjacent systems that are out of date using the domain data and can exploit a vulnerability that way. The lateral movement there and the potential you have once you have that initial credential changes drastically, because not only can you go after things like Bloodhound, but you can also go after things like Kerber roasting attacks and getting those tickets to try to crack offline from higher privileged service accounts.
Right. And once you go that route and you achieve that ticket is good forever, as long as that domain is up. Pretty 100% the ticket never expires. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but pretty sure that ticket's good for life.
Depending on the type of ticket, like silver tickets like 10 years or something, but realistically in the scope of anything regardless, yeah, it's a very useful thing you could use.
So I'm gonna kind of spin it around since we got some time, and if anybody has any questions that they'd like to ask. Got something in chat? No questions. Okay. All right. Well, we'll continue on. So, we've mentioned some tools, and I'm not quite sure of everyone's background in the audience, but I'll explain Bloodhound real briefly. Bloodhound is kind of a forensics tool in essence from a red teamer's perspective, to where if we get the initial foothold into a network on the internal side where Windows Active Directory is running, we can drop what we call an agent down, and the agent will go out and kind of query the DC, pull that information back, and kind of exfil it into a file. We can then pull that file back off the target system we got the initial access to, and then begin the whole data analysis piece of queries of how do we go from the everyday user up to domain admin or even higher if we've got to go to enterprise. I've some assessments to where you had maybe 4 or 5 different type of child domains going up through the forest of Active Directory in the way that Active Directory is designed. And seeing that it could take 7 to 8 lateral movements across the various domains that eventually go up to the top of the forest for Active Directory. Without that, it would make it very difficult for red teamers, or even from a flip side, advanced persistent threats. Just trying to manually figure that out would take a lot of time compared to some of the tools that are out now, like Bloodhound, that could actually solve that problem within an hour or so. Anything you want to add on that in-game or iDigital?
Yeah, so another great thing that not just Bloodhound, but just generally some of the tools we're talking about when we talk about that initial access, a lot of the times we don't use some kind of C2 framework most of the time. We'll use built-in tools or something like Impactit for remote access and basically try to speak the language of the target system. Even that's true for not talking about Windows systems, but talking about Linux. When we're trying to gain access, if we're able to get back in through something like SSH, we want to do that. Versus with Windows systems, we can communicate over SMB, RDP, RPC client, whatever is available to us. We try to start there first, just because it seems more like natural traffic. And once you get that access and can pull down your Bloodhound data, then you can start searching not only through those relationships, but to this day, I still find administrators leaving comments that are just passwords within the attributes of a comment on a user. And that's something, even while Bloodhound is pulling down, if you want to just run a raw like net query to the domain and just query down certain users and see what comments there, you'd be surprised how many times you find passwords. And then from there, you can start deciding what kind of persistence do you want on your systems. Do you want to maybe drop a C2 implant? What does that look like? Do you want to move laterally through a system? Maybe it's a Linux box. Maybe you need to find SSH keys, or maybe you want to set up a SSH proxy and try to proxy through and get access to another network. There are a lot of infinite ways to go from there, but the initial stages of assessing your environment and seeing what low-hanging fruit and footholds you can get is critical, and Bloodhound does make that exponentially faster.
Yeah. And
yeah,
or go ahead.
Yeah, I'll kind of add that. I remember before Bloodhound, it would make the job like before Bloodhound would be really difficult trying to at least scope out where administrators are kind of at. One of the big things I do during pen tests, especially internal assessments, is I'll try to scope out where administrators are logging into. One of the things about Windows specifically is if you have admin rights to a machine, everybody that logs in, you pretty much either have their hash or some kind of credential token that you could use for that user. So basically, if you log into a machine that I have complete ownership of, I basically now own your account. There is some protections in place you could do in a kind of a group policy sense, but it's very hard to do 100% coverage on it. Regardless of the fact that Bloodhound makes this pretty simple, that you could say, hey, are administrators logged into any of these machines? And it's a really useful tool. And speaking of low-level things, if you have access to run Bloodhound, another cool thing you could do, especially in Windows, is GPP passwords, so group policy passwords. A lot of times you may find these administrators will just completely forget about them since Windows deprecated them back in 2015, 16. They're still there. It's just they never went away and nobody ever deleted them. So you could run, get GPP passwords, which is a PowerShell script, or you can just go browse the net login share. A lot of times batch scripts are just how they have hard-coded passwords in them or something of the sort that could also give you another leverage into getting in deeper into the network.
So I'm going to piggyback more on kind of the creds piece, right? So one thing that we haven't kind of talked about is we talked about internal, we talked a little bit on external, but more so with external. right? A lot of companies do run Wi-Fi, right? I'm pretty sure we could say a good 85% up or more have some form of Wi-Fi connectivity, and various policies that govern how Wi-Fi is thrown out and so forth. But Wi-Fi is another vector into some corporate networks, depending on that setup. And sometimes for users to authenticate on Wi-Fi networks, that authentication actually gets sent back to an Active Directory domain for authentication, depending on that setup. And so brute forcing off the wireless side can also yield credentials, right? Because if we can pop a network or a wireless network and get access that way, and it's authenticating to the domain, right? We're right back in that same way. And I personally have watched quite a few networks fall within 20 minutes of an assessment based off the misconfigurations within that external piece for the wireless to join in to the corporate LAN. You guys want to add anything on that?
Yeah, I absolutely love Wi-Fi assessments. So whenever I hop into a Wi-Fi assessment, I'm looking for typically three things. First and foremost, open or guest networks. A lot of the times those, when they're set up correctly, they're segmented properly. However, if you can get on them, even if they have good segmentation, if there are employees active on the network, that's still a good foothold to run something like another responder attack, or see if there are vulnerabilities or something they're running on their systems because you're on the same network as them. You can prevent that with things like client isolation, but by default, that's usually not the case. And then more often than not, what I'll find is instead of just saying defaults of basic segmentation, you'll hop on a guest network and you can still see corporate devices on the guest network because they've connected them. So you can just pivot right off the guest network, or maybe you can hit the router admin page directly, admin in, and then just change your connection, bridge whatever you want from the interface. So that's usually the first thing I go after. The second thing would be targeting more enterprise-based APs, trying to crack a WPA2 key offline. And at that point, the only thing standing between you and getting a foothold on the network is how good is that password. And a lot of organizations will have like company name or month 2021 or their phone number is the password of the router. So it's fairly trivial to make some good educated guesses and crack it in a fairly short amount of time. And it doesn't always work, but when it does, that's usually the case, and it's very common. And then the last thing is kind of near what Prominus said. There's radius-based attacks where you have direct integration with Active Directory, and if you do something like an evil twin attack, even if you don't get router credentials per se, you could get domain credentials right away, and then all you have to do from there is log in using those domain credentials and kind of go from there. So there's tons of vectors depending on what the configuration of the Wi-Fi setup is. With WPA3, things are getting a little bit trickier. There's still some weaknesses there, but it's definitely a different ballgame. But right now, still the playing field, and the playing field for a while will be those somewhat of those three attacks, at least from what I've seen.
All right. Anything you want to add, iDigital?
Not to that, but I know
Okay.
we had a question in the chat. If you want to answer it, I can if you want to.
If you want to talk about physical, go ahead.
Yeah, so I actually have some experience with this. I've done some physical penetration testing. Had to force myself to lockpick a couple places. Yeah, there is some locks. I don't know what the exact name is offhand that do have a little bit more hardened protection against lockpicking. I will say physical security when it comes down to the network side. So the question, kind of reading this, basically it's asking IT wiring closets in multi-tenant buildings are only secured via lock. What's your perspective on these as a penetration vector? It's one of the smarter ways to do. It's actually a great way to get inside of a network. Speaking of that, we talked about Responder recently. One of the nice things you could do is just say you did get into one of these closets, you could plug in, like a Raspberry Pi or something of the sort, or even like a little tiny like Intel NUC computer, and just plug this in directly to the switch or put it like tapped in, and you could, use Responder to scan for hashes, or just have, out of band access to the network, like through a VPN or something. So you're technically you're always there, even though you're not physically in the building anymore. To kind of handle these, necessarily, one of the things I would specify people do is, network access control is a big thing. Cisco, it's kind of a meme now, but like Cisco's, they have I think it's a BDPU guard. So this thing, it's maybe annoyed in previous positions that if you unplug a device and plug a different device in, it locks the port immediately. So, basically if I, plug in a PI to this port and it's not supposed to be a PI's MAC address plugged into this port, the port won't even work. It just shuts down the port. So it negates the ability for me to do this. But if you guys have anything else to add.
My last physical breach resulted in me getting arrested and detained for about an hour. So it was because of the fact that we had them. So I got physical access to the communications closet. And I, from there, bounced around to other systems. And so the admins were trying to track the source. And so they were tracking the initial systems and not necessarily where I was coming from, a comm closet. So the law enforcement was running around for about 2.5 hours before system admins figured out what was going on. And so it wasn't an approved assessment to do. However, the cops were very frustrated in the amount of physical activity they got. And so they decided to go ahead and arrest me and have me in cuffs for about an hour sitting on concrete with about an 85-degree day. So that was unfortunate. So that's the last time I ever did physical breaches. Bad experience, but nonetheless entertaining for some folks to laugh at. And I guess, we've got roughly about 15 minutes or so. It was mentioned earlier about C2 infrastructure. However, we haven't really talked about what kind of goes into that. And fortunately, I've got 2 very good guys in here with us that are very good at it. So I'm first going to hand it off to Ingame because he actually has put together some course material and teaches this. So go ahead, Ingame.
Yeah,
building out C2.
Yeah, so quick course plug real quick. If you go to Udemy and you look for the Offensive Security Engineering course, that's my course. I talk all about what goes into creating offensive security infrastructure as an OffSec engineer. But to give you all that information in a nutshell, it really depends on what your goal is, but they can look like a lot of different things. For example, a pen tester who just needs a quick callback on their assessment. They're just trying to get a proof of concept shell. Normally, any cloud-based Linux box, you install Metasploit, a Netcat handler, anything, whatever you need to use to catch your shell. That's usually more than enough. But if you're wanting to run a more professional operation, there are kind of 3 ways to look at it. There's, of course, infinite possibilities. But at the end of the day, what you need to realize is that setting up C2 infrastructure is no different than being a sysadmin for a enterprise organization. Sure, it's smaller scale most of the time, but the techniques you're doing, you're configuring systems. So you more or less need those sysadmin skills. And a lot of times what I do for my personal infrastructure is I'll do stuff like automation with Terraform and use AWS infrastructure to quickly spin up cloud-based C2 servers. So they already have a public IP address. They already have at least a pseudo domain name for them. I can point something at them if I need to really quickly. I can even automate that. And then most importantly, I can script the setup of the actual C2 infrastructure itself, whether I'm using Metasploit's multi-handler, something like Sliver, Empire, Merlin, or even a custom C2 framework. I can script those out, then install whatever it is I'm going to be using. And essentially what you want to do when you're standing up those servers is make sure you only have what you need open. Now for C2, that can look like a lot of things. If you want to give yourself room, you can say, okay, well, I'm going to expose maybe ports 8,000 to 9,000 or whatever you want, maybe even have them all exposed. But the more concrete that you get, the more you know what traffic's coming to your system, you know what you're allowing, you're not going to get weird probing off of you, because if there's any kind of incident response going on that's going to be pinging back to your server, you want to minimize what they can see and what they can fingerprint off of your C2 infrastructure. And that's just a baseline C2 server, something that you can run in the cloud. You can also, of course, virtualize one or host it locally on bare metal, as long as it's reaching out to the internet. It's basic networking and port forwarding. But when you get into more complex things to really try to kind of protect your C2 infrastructure, you're going to be talking about things like redirectors and maybe malleable C2 implants themselves that can change where they're pointing to and calling back to, say something gets burned, like an IP or something. And a lot of times for me, what I've had a lot of success with lately is more of, and it doesn't have to be Amazon services specifically, but similar services in any cloud provider, using things like Lambda functions or building an API even to do redirects for you. So you can point it essentially at this Lambda API or an actual API to redirect HTTP requests. And this works great for HTTP and HTTPS based implants that you can all call back to. But at the end of the day, a lot of people, especially when they're new to offensive security, don't realize that C2 infrastructure is just client server infrastructure. It's the same thing as being a developer or sysadmin. It's really no different at all. It's just, what does your C2 tooling do? All the C2 does is get shells for remote access and let you interface and execute command and control. A lot of things like SSH or Salt Stack, RDP, it's the same kind of thing. These are all command and control mechanisms, some kind of client server communication over a network. So whatever means that you have to do that is really all it takes. And there's just better ways to do it than others. And so when you're going at it from a professional perspective, you just want to consider, what services do you want to open? What C2 infrastructure are you actually using? What are your tools? And how are you persisting on your target's network? Do you need redirectors? Do you need controls and protections in place? And so that's generally what I would say about C2s in general.
iDigital, you want to add anything?
Yeah, just some quick two ads. Also plug, Endgame also released a C2 himself called Lupo, if anybody wants to check it out. I saw that message recently. But yeah, sysadmins especially, it's definitely a great, skill to know, especially when you're setting up this kind of infrastructure. It's basically realistically mangling machines and trying to take down and spin up infrastructure as fast as, the defenders are onto you, especially. And I'll definitely put in a +1 for Terraform. So like those kinds of utilities are great to know, specifically around, like how you're going to set up your infrastructure, having like a robust plan in place. Usually when I do an assessment, I will literally have like not necessarily a diagram, but a chart of what I'm going to have, what we're going to have running, what we're going to have connected to what. As the more complex your like test, your assessment goes, the more stuff you may have. So you might have like more redirectors, for example, and those can hide necessarily your team server or your C2 server necessarily from the defenders, since you might have to, on a whim's notice, burn that IP address or get rid of it, as that one's now flagged by the defenders like SOC or their operations center.
So, yep, you guys do awesome work. I have to tell you that every time we go and do something, you guys build solid infrastructure. So high five to you guys. But as Endgame had mentioned something about building C2 off the cloud, right? And we'll spin around a little bit on the cloud and cloud security, as majority corporations and organizations, so forth, even government, are pushing to the cloud and pushing things out to AWS, Microsoft Azure, and so forth, right? Most companies are now taking the responsibility in a sense of them kind of doing security and giving it to somebody else's environment to try to protect and sustain security for the resources going up within the cloud. For me, trying to get into the cloud and attack surface from that way, I've had some success. I've had some not so successful pen tests trying to get into the cloud. The cloud is different. It's new sometimes for me because I don't do a lot of assessments on cloud. I'm gonna pipe it over to Endgame to see his perspective if he's done more cloud assessments than I have.
Yeah, so I've done quite a handful actually, fortunately. I have a fun story as well I can tell, but essentially what you're looking at from your organization's perspective, especially when you're talking about like a lift and shift to cloud, a lot of these companies want to quickly get their infrastructure in the cloud and get all the benefits all at once. And unfortunately, reality check is it doesn't work like that. If you lift and shift what you have into the cloud, you're going to have the same problems that you had on-prem in the cloud. Now, you don't have to do the physical hardware maintenance, but all the configs are still the same. All of the setup that you had are still the same. There may be a couple caveats here and there and a couple new tools that you have available to you, but if you don't use them correctly, it's not going to matter too much. Now, there are inherent security benefits that you do get from the cloud when you use it correctly. Things like default encryption states, things like logging and monitoring, things like WAFs and various appliances that can just kind of plug and play into your infrastructure, automated patching, disaster recovery, any of those kind of benefits that you get from the cloud, you can get, but you have to use it properly. If you, for example, lift and shift a Microsoft SQL Server into the cloud and just leave it as is with your same licensing and your same data set, you're in charge of that storage, you're in charge of all of that. You're gonna have to pay the premium for it and you're gonna have to set everything else up. And that's just from a cost perspective, not even talking about security impacts there. But the essential attack surface from a cloud does change though. So if you're using it properly, you have to approach it differently as an assessor. You have to go after more web-based type attacks. And a lot of times the ways that we'll get in are things like server-side request forgeries that maybe turn into RCE, or maybe they turn into us being able to fetch something like an AWS key or even just a raw SSH key or something like that. You really have to pivot through the devices and the services in different ways because it's oftentimes not a vulnerability in the service itself. Usually the cloud providers are pretty decent about patching and fixing issues. That doesn't mean we never find anything like that, but that is ultimately you shifted the risk and responsibility onto that cloud service provider. That is the point of that. But if you write a really crappy Lambda function, or if you're hosting a web app that's loaded with vulnerabilities, you've exposed your own attack surface. That's still your infrastructure, and it still works the same way as any other assessment. And then when you start talking about Windows in the cloud, whether you're using it doesn't matter what cloud provider you use, but if you're using Azure in particular, you have a whole new host of avenues to collect data with, or find users, or control infrastructure, because it's all managed through their Active Directory within the cloud. So once you have that level of access, you can kind of just go from there. But any Windows-based assets in the cloud are still going to operate the same way. If you have a domain in the cloud, that's no different than on-prem. It's just where your servers are stored. So it's all about how you use the services and how you have things configured, because you really don't get those security benefits that are really there unless you're setting it up with architecting it like you're going to be using the cloud.
In-game, you want to add anything?
That was
I did, Joel. I was looking at your name.
You're good. Yeah, no, it's actually, it's funny. I currently at my place of work, I'm actually overseeing a movement from like local, overseeing security from basically a project being moved locally from a local infrastructure to a cloud infrastructure. And it's definitely interesting to see, it happen in real time. One of the things I would say that people forget when going to the cloud is that, Endgame did touch on this, is that, a lot of the rules that apply locally don't apply in the cloud anymore. Specifically, for example, say you set up a machine that there's not really much firewalling on it, or, much local direct protection on it. Like the passwords might be a little bit more weaker, because hey, it's just in your local internal net. Nobody else is going to touch that thing. Well, now you just put it on the internet. So now you're exposing it like raw to the internet, which a lot of the cases, it might not be, behind like a VPC or like any kind of VPN provider. It's just out there. And it might be more open and more exposed now than it was in the previous environment. A lot of times stuff that's set up, locally, in your infrastructure, monitoring is a great example, that you might have things forward into Splunk locally, like Sysmon or something of the sort. But when you go into a cloud-based environment, that changes completely. I've had an example where I did an assessment once, and they were having their cloud infrastructure environment set up. Alerts from their cloud environment weren't getting sent to their SOC because I guess they just never configured it correctly to go there. So you could cause problems on their cloud environment, but their SOC would never really know unless it was internal. Their internal, loading was pristine. Like, I mean, you couldn't like move a button on your keyboard without the SOC knowing about it. But like as soon as you, try to brute force a cloud provided system like a password or something, the SOC really was just like sleeping. You wouldn't know. So it's definitely a misconception there. When people move to the cloud, they think it's immediately secure, since there's definitely a lot of benefits to moving to the cloud, for things, especially things that, might be defaults.
Just to piggyback on that real quick. One of the attack surfaces I meant to mention that a lot of people don't realize, once you go to the cloud, much like things are by default exposed to the internet, you have to access the cloud in some way, right? There's a login panel for AWS management. There's a login panel for Azure. There's a login panel for DigitalOcean. You now have extra sets of credentials on public login pages. And if you're not doing things like properly setting up MFA, using strong credentials and monitoring your identity and access management controls, you can just, as an assessor, do password spraying attacks, much like you would on like an Office 365 email or SSH or whatever else. On the cloud login pages, if you get an admin, you just log in, and from there you can log into any server, manage the network. If you don't have keys, you can do. I've done so far. I had to get proper clearance, but you got to remember, a criminal doesn't care about clearance. But I got to demonstrate this where you boot up another machine, mount an offline machine. Maybe there's a VPN server you could turn off, mount that system to you, drop an SSH key on it, or get their shadow file and crack it offline and boot it back up and then log right in. So even if you didn't have initial access, you can do things like that. And that's why still in the cloud, things like local encryption is still a pretty good practice. And making sure that you're auditing your users and having proper access management, multi-factor authentication on those login panels is even more critical than or not more critical, but just as critical as patching your systems and making sure your networks are configured properly.
Yeah, I was going to follow up with the whole spray and pray and brute forcing accounts. That's where a lot of my successes have come from, is hitting Linux servers or an SSH and being successful there on the external piece of a cloud assessment. So I think we're almost, we're just about out of time here. Kind of concludes our talk here. Hopefully, some people took good information from us. Security is always changing. And so it's a cat and mouse game between defenders and attackers. So as soon as blue comes out with something new to counter something that we'll say a red team or maybe a threat has, just as quickly the aggressor can come around and get around that defense. So I joke sometimes, but I always feel like we're kind of in this together as a business. It just keeps going back and forth. So appreciate everyone's time. Everyone take care, enjoy the summit. iDigital and InGame, thank you for joining, much appreciated. And thank you for the summit for inviting us to talk. Everyone take care.
Thanks everyone.
right. So far it seems good. So to everybody out there with the summit, it's a pleasure having you. Hopefully you'll continue to enjoy the summit. We're going to start here with sort of our section for Cloudy with a Chance of Security. Thought it was kind of fun. If everybody's noticed, some of our other sessions during the summit have also started to get into a little bit of the cloud side of things. So we thought, what better way than, bring some of the people that really do cloud on a day-to-day business within their own different companies and environments. So introduce myself a little bit really quick. I'm Eric McClellan with GTA Office of Information Security. And for this section, I'll be, I'll be the moderator. And with me, I have Trevor Welsh from Google. I have Terrence Jackson with Microsoft. And then I also have Greg Jones with the AirNet Group. And I'll go ahead and kind of let them introduce themselves a little bit. And Trevor, if we could start with you.
You got it. Hey, Eric, thank you so much for inviting me, and hello to the team out there. So Trevor Welsh, I'm based out of Boston, originally from Georgia, for South County, go and go Braves. That said, been at Google for quite a while. I started and cut my teeth in government, and I've been in vendors ever since, which has been great, but about 20 years in the security industry. I lead security strategy at Google.
All right. Thank you, Trevor. To you, Terrence.
Thank you. My name is Terrence Jackson, and I work for Microsoft. I'm Director of Security Technical Specialist based in the Northeast, specifically in Maryland, right outside of the Washington, D.C. area. I've been in IT for about 20 years. Also spent a number of years working in the vendor space, also the government contracting space. Originally from the great state of Alabama, so happy to be here today. Roll Tide.
Well, sports aside, Terrence, we'll hand it over to Greg, because that could be a whole section unto itself about sports.
Yeah, Roll Tide. Thanks, Eric. Greg Jones, CIO at AirNet Group. I've been involved in the industry. Add those two guys' years up, and you got mine. It's been exciting to see security grow from where we didn't really pay attention to it to we sort of thought we had a 3-letter security username was sufficient, and now we've got a complex world out here today, and we're going to be excited about talking about it. Glad to be here.
Awesome. And again, thank you guys for joining me. And kind of the plan here is really, I just kind of enjoyed getting to have some guys that know about security and about cloud all in the same room, and just kind of have a little bit of a roundtable discussion, just really an open conversation. So to kick us off, some of the other things we talked about earlier this morning, I'll build off of that. When you're first planning or looking at maybe going to the cloud for the first time, and you're kind of looking at that cloud model versus the on-prem model, and just seeing some of the things that come around that, a lot of what comes up revolves around the sort of data system security, and sort of just how that surface is going to change between it being behind that on-prem firewall versus now it's in another company's infrastructure. So really when an agency is looking at maybe adopting cloud as part of that infrastructure, and really focus on security of those data systems, what, if any, are some of maybe the major security advantages of utilizing the cloud infrastructure versus that traditional sort of on-prem side of things? And with this, we'll start with Terrence. I'll let you kick us off, and then we'll kind of get some additional thoughts from there.
Sure, thank you. I always like to meet customers where they're at, especially if they're a little uneasy about moving to the cloud, and taking a risk-based approach, looking at what workloads house and process critical or even sensitive data, and based on that, providing a roadmap to get to the cloud. But also sometimes not all workloads should be moved to the cloud, so just looking at what's a candidate to be moved, what may need to live on-prem a little bit longer, and what can be deployed in more of a, maybe a hybrid configuration. But the benefits of moving to the cloud, around, depending on if you're going purely SaaS or infrastructure or platform as a service, obviously is you're not maintaining physical data centers. So that's one of the biggest, most tangible assets, that your power and cooling bills should go down greatly. And also depending on the shared responsibility model, you're not necessarily, again, responsible for the underlying hardware configurations, really focused on the management and security of the applications that you're deploying in those workloads. And also it's the cloud, the elasticity, being able to scale on demand to meet, your usage patterns and cost control, for, in a lot of things. And, if you understand the shared responsibility models, I do believe the cloud can be more secure, given the proper configuration.
No, absolutely. And there's a little bit of a teaser there. We are planning on talking a little bit about that shared security model a little bit later, but I'll pass it over to Trevor. Do you have anything sort of add onto that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think Terrence did a really good job laying that out. And, I would definitely agree. I think maybe the things that I would underscore would be, obviously, Terrence mentioned this, scale matters a lot. One of the reasons companies go to the cloud, of course, is the ability to go and scale, but with less kind of consideration for the individual, sort of security of components. In other words, and Terrence kind of touched on this with the idea of like PaaS and IaaS, so platform and infrastructure as a service. The reality is that when you're trying to go and scale within your own data center, right, you're literally increasing your attack surface every single time you scale. In the cloud, you don't have similar, like in the cloud, you can simply go and just allocate more computational resources instead of also going and also creating the larger attack surface. One thing I would look at from the business perspective would be things like lower cyber insurance. A lot of companies now are doing cyber insurance. It's important, it matters. You'll also find, for example, that I was a PCI QSA. I'm sorry, don't hurt me. But, QSAs actually love when companies are leveraging cloud and when you're using cloud tools that are easy and familiar. A lot of times it prevents companies from having to go and create a lot of their own software. I mean, we've all worked with companies that have literally gone and created their own SIMs and created their own systems and things like that. In the cloud, there's almost always analogs that actually are industry supported. Last couple things I would look at would be M&A. M&A is actually a lot easier in the cloud. It's a lot easier, for example, like let's say you're leveraging Microsoft Azure and you go and acquire a company that uses GCP or AWS. It's easier to get those things working together than it is when you're literally, I've got a data center in Alabama and I've got a data center in, Biloxi, and I want to go in and just make those work somehow. That's far, far hard. Your attack surface increases massively. The last thing I would touch on, and Terrence touched on this as well, but I just want to underscore the point, is you end up having more security experts also protecting your infrastructure, which gets into not just the shared, sort of like the idea of shared responsibility, but almost shared fate, right? At the end of the day, these companies, cloud companies, all of us are invested in your security as well by very nature of the fact that we're sharing infrastructure with you.
All right. No, definitely thank you for that insight. And also, Greg, do you have anything you want to add on to all that?
Yeah, so just a real quick perspective from our resellers. We look at cloud solutions as being homogeneous. And so with that model, these solutions are built with a common design and their security features are throughout the services, as Trevor and Terrence talked about. So as the new security capabilities are launched, it's easy for customers to deploy them, test them in the cloud before they roll them into the production side of their deployment. And typically, Trevor said, most on-prem solutions use a wide range of products. As we all know, they don't play well together. They say they do, but how many times have we had the phone call? Well, that's Cisco's fault. That's Palo's fault. So I guess that's what I would add to it. And I guess the theme should be always, security is an ongoing process. It's never a set it and forget it model. And I think that's critical to keep in the forefront of our thought process on security.
No, absolutely. And that's sort of the great thing. I mean, you guys have all kind of hit on it. You have that expanding compute power that you can, just sort of expand the capabilities of what's already there. In addition to being able to build off of some of those things that are just natively into the cloud, just by nature of what the cloud is. And I know you guys have already touched on it a little bit, so we'll kind of go into the shared responsibility model a little bit. But when a lot of agencies are planning on doing this, that's part of this thing is that traditionally you have your host that's there and you're going to spin up a whole bunch of VMs on top of your own host and you kind of have to hold on to that infrastructure all on your own. But when you move to the cloud, even with the most responsibility there being the infrastructure as a service, you're kind of handing over a lot of that to whatever provider you're looking at doing, be it third party or native to the initial cloud provider. So really, as it relates to that, what are maybe some of those security benefits to an agency, customer, or whatnot, as it relates to kind of being able to hand some of that over and having the cloud service provider or that that third party reseller sort of managing that infrastructure for them based on that cloud security model? And how does that help them from the security front, as it were? And with this one, Greg, if you want to start us off.
So I'll start on a high level, let these guys dig down into their particular offerings. But typically the cloud providers, they handle the events like, the DDoS, the brute force attacks, right? Because Trevor mentioned earlier, they're committed to this cloud. That's their world. So they've got to protect their world from these ugly, bad guys, right? Something was mentioned earlier about patching. You got the automatic patching, OS level, hypervisor level. So those are the things you get to sort of pull back from and no longer have to burden yourself with that thought process from our perspective.
Awesome. Thanks, Greg. Terrence, do you have anything to add on to that?
Sure. Just to double click on what Greg had mentioned, it's really about meeting customers, where they're at. Whether it's SaaS, PaaS, IaaS, you're getting the benefit of getting rid of your physical data center. So that's always a plus and a positive. And, it's a level of comfort depending on, where, the agency or the customer may be, whether, they want to go SaaS and just manage, like the identity and access management of the application and the data up, or if you're focusing more so you still want some control over the operating system, or, in IaaS, the physical host. So I think, we have solutions that meet customers where their current, risk tolerance and threshold level is. SaaS being the most turnkey and, turning over more trust over to the cloud service provider. But, whether it's SaaS, PaaS, or IaaS, you still have tangible benefits of, not having to manage a, physical data center, physical network, physical host. It just depends on from the OS up, where you want to draw that line in the sand. But just understanding that, outside of, SaaS, and when you look at PaaS and IaaS, there is more expectation of the customer managing, more of the, security around their data and network, depending on, that shared responsibility model. More so on the IaaS side than others.
Gotcha. Thanks for that. And Trevor, you want to add on to any of that?
Yeah, gosh, I think Greg and Terrence did a great job covering a lot of it. The things that I would think about, right, when it comes to the idea of really what shared fate is, right, is, Terrence kind of touched on the idea of maybe like escalating levels of responsibility, right? And one thing that I think that a lot of companies don't think very clearly about, right, is really the difference between on-prem versus infrastructure as a service versus platform as a service versus software as a service. And, Terrence touched on this, I think, really well. But that escalating set of responsibility, one of the things that I would encourage folks to do is, Eric, I can share this with you as well. At the end, I literally had this thing that I created a while back that literally says content, access policies, usage, identity, operations, et cetera, et cetera. It's literally a list of responsibilities, and then where those lie relative to maybe the 4 levels of offerings, so to speak. I think that it becomes really important to think this way. The other thing that I think is maybe that I would build on to one of Greg's points is that, there's 4 dimensions to go and think about when you talk about the idea of responsibility, right? Those dimensions are technology, operations, talent, and risk. And if you look at those dimensions, all of those dimensions, right, are going to be substantially increased or at least changed when you go with cloud, right? So if I think about the idea of technology, naturally we suddenly have the idea of engineered in security, right? Now a lot of the security stuff is literally part and parcel. I'll give you a perfect example. In most clouds, the idea of encryption at rest just happens, right? It's just built in. We did that forever ago. The idea of encryption in transit, the idea of sharding of keys and storage, all these different things, clouds kind of do. But to build that out yourself is terrifically hard to do. Possible, sure, but terrifically hard to do. It would require you having multiple CISOs that have these different experience and expertise sets. With cloud, you kind of get that type of thing engineered in. Then there's the idea of talent. As you might imagine, both Microsoft MStick, and obviously, folks we have at Google, for example, and quite frankly, the Amazon folks have pretty superior security teams. These are fantastic folks that know what they're doing. They're ultra well trained. And I think that's a really big, I think customers are a really big beneficiary of that as well.
Awesome. No, very well put across the analysts. So, that's going to be a good lead in for one of our next sort of questions there, but it's would it be fair to also say, I mean, kind of to your point with, you're moving everything into, essentially someone else's infrastructure, that you don't also need to forget that it's still your infrastructure to build and manage. Like if you're going to go with that infrastructure as a service, kind of to one of our earlier things in the summit, I believe a lot of our red teamers talked about that. Still remember, it's your infrastructure to manage and deal with. It doesn't matter whether it's on-prem or in the cloud. You're still going to have a lot of those same security dynamics regardless of which direction you go in. Awesome.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, and still sort of with some agencies in their planning phase, and it's a good spot to kind of talk about that fun phrase lift and shift, which I also mentioned earlier this morning. And I think even one of our viewers sort of actually threw out the lift and shift a little bit. So definitely worth giving it a highlight here. It seems to be used a lot with that concept of, well, I'm just going to move either this workload or I'm going to move this particular workstation from inside of my on-prem, and I'm just going to stick it in the cloud as is. Like no quote change to be had there, since again, it's a lift and shift, right? There's no engineering in that title. So really, I wouldn't mind getting some of y'all's insights into, maybe some of the security aspects and hurdles really that maybe from either misunderstanding that lift and shift dynamic, or maybe something that's just commonly overlooked when you're planning to do that type of move into the cloud, and really to kind of help ensure that security sort of stays locked in during what that transition would look like for you guys. So with this, Trevor, I wouldn't mind starting this off with you and then kind of work around the panel.
Yeah, I would love to. And, Eric, I thought that was a really great point that you kind of brought up with the idea of, cloud infrastructure, really is, quote unquote, your infrastructure too. And I think that if you do think that way, I think nobody would disagree that that's an extremely good way of thinking about it. So there's probably 4 things that I think about with lift and shift and the dynamics there. I think anybody who's been in cloud for a while remembers the day of just, oh gosh, we have all these VMs existing on VM servers. Like, let's just literally just put them there. And then that was it. Like literally, that's literally what people did. It was like, take your literally .vm file and move it there and run it. So that was literally the definition of PaaS. That does still happen, but a little bit less so now. But that said, there's a few things I think about. One, these are in no particular order, contractors. One thing that a lot of companies don't think about is the fact that you are going to have contractors that need to access the infrastructure. What does that look like? And how are you going to do, for example, identity and access management for folks that are not literal employees of your company and your business? A lot of folks tend to think about, hey, we're Acme Co. and our cloud vendor is whoever, and it's us and them. But the reality is it's really not. It's us, it's them, and it's all these other contractors that we use and all our business partners. It's our entire supply chain. It's all of that stuff becomes important. Zero trust and data movement between on-prem and cloud. Absolutely critical. If you're going to have applications running, you need some mechanism, right, for folks to be able to go and secure. I mean, you're not just going to literally type in www.company.com, right? I mean, you're probably going to go and have some mechanism that's going to go and do zero trust that enables, people to interact with these cloud applications seamlessly. A lot of folks don't think about that until it's sitting up there and they go, oh, like I kind of thought we were just going to put in the IP. Like, that happens a lot. Another one, and this is a little bit kind of close to my heart based on my background, how things like event logging will occur. What does that look like? So event logging is real deal. And a lot of folks are used to, hey, I've got a SIM, it does whatever and things and stuff for me. And I don't know, we collect syslog and it just does stuff. But all of a sudden you have different analogs. You say, well, now I need to collect from Google Cloud Storage. What do I do there? Or I need to collect from Stackdriver. What do I do there? And the final thing I'll touch on is the idea of incident tracking. For a lot of folks, when you say I need to track incidents in both hybrid and multi-cloud infrastructure, what does that look like in real life? Do you have a translation layer? Suppose that you're saying, and I'll reference kind of, Microsoft. Let's say you say, hey, look, you know what? We use Google Cloud and we use Microsoft Azure. We love them both. They're great. We have various things in both. All of a sudden, an incident happens, and we think that it might involve both sides. Do I have a lingua franca to be able to go and take the security data from both and make sense of it in my teams? And do I have the talent to do that? Do I have the tools to do that? Like all of that stuff. That's something that people typically consider later, and it's something that I would encourage everybody to consider up front. So sorry, that was long-winded, but this is a little bit close to my heart. So.
No, and I like that also you touched on both incidents and logging, because if you can't tell from my background, I may or may not like forensic incident response. So trust me, I mean, you definitely hit something close to home for me personally. So I definitely have a lot to take away from that. We'll go sort of reverse on the screen. So Terrence, sort of what can you add to that?
Sure. I look at lift and shift. I like to use the analogy. We've all moved, like physically moved from location to location in life. And let's say if you hire a moving company, you going through doing an inventory of things you want to take with you. You know, how many times do we pack up stuff that we don't necessarily need, and it shows up at the new house and it ends up in the garage or a closet? That's the approach a lot of entities take when moving to the cloud. They take inventory of what they have, but they don't really evaluate, you know, is this an opportunity for me to consolidate, you know, platforms, applications, for me to modernize and really, you know, effectively start my digital transformation journey? Or, you know, like Trevor mentioned, am I just going to, you know, copy my .vmx and, you know, we're just going to do, you know, a lateral move? So, you know, I encourage you to look at, you use the move to the cloud as an opportunity to reduce risk, to increase security, and to modernize, you know, those applications. And if you do that planning before, it's a whole lot easier than if you do the lift and shift, and then you try to reverse engineer it when it's in the cloud. It can be done, but you're just adding cycles, you know, money and overhead. And if you take an insecure application from on-prem and just stuff it in the cloud, the application is still insecure. So you just move the problem from one place to another one. So those are the considerations, you know, that I say. And also, you know, the multi-cloud connectivity is definitely important when it comes to the incident, you know, event, you know, correlations as well. You know, consider, you know, how you're going to effectively perform, you know, incident response and investigations. If you are, especially if you're going to have a hybrid, you know, approach. You know, how are you aggregating and correlating those events from your on-premise endpoints, your roaming endpoints, and that cloud infrastructure.
Right. Now, and you make a good point, and I like that you sort of use the analogy about the house. It's something everybody kind of wrap their head around. Of, you know, to your point, you move into a brand new house, you know, you start going, man, how can I redecorate? Do I want to put a new couch somewhere? Do I want to hang different pictures? Because now I have a bigger wall. Oh man, I can build out like an office or a game room or, you know, whatever. You know, there's room there for improvements or ways to kind of tweak things to make them a little better when you make that move. So I like that analogy, and I'll kind of give Greg a chance to kind of bounce off of that and see if maybe he can put his thoughts in on it.
Yeah, no, that's great. Those guys made some good points. So as a reseller and company that does this, we get calls all the time. Hey, we've got 2 weeks, we've got some budget. Let's do a lift and shift. We'll clean up later. And we always say no. If you don't take the time to properly plan your cloud landing zones, your designs, your security needs, then the successful move to the cloud is not going to happen. You know, we make the comment, and the hackers made the comment earlier, you know, don't carry the junk stuff up to the cloud. Like Terrence said, the box you don't need, don't take it with you. And we have a motto sort of, AirNet, that says, assume you've been breached from day one, so that you have a mindset that says, wait a minute, I need to prepare for that. And they covered all those things, that zero trust model, MFA. And here's something we see left out a lot. People don't seem to understand that identity really is a new primary perimeter for security breaches, right? You heard them talk about the hacker thing. All I need is an identity. If I get an identity, I can do well going forward. But we seem to ignore that. You know, we got all these other things we have to do, but we got to worry about the perimeter in our world now is the identity.
And I agree, and I think it's kind of interesting at this point that, you know, I say incidents and, you know, event logs and things like that come up, is that, you know, when sticking with that house analogy, because it'll kind of lead us into sort of the next part of the question, is, you know, let's say somebody kicks open the front door, breaks in your house, something like that. You know, so that logging would be your door is shattered, stuff is everywhere, your house is in disarray. But if you don't have anyone there to actually go look at the house to see what state the house is in, no one would ever know the house was broken into. So using that kind of the analogy there, when, you know, you do make that move into the cloud environment, and you need to have that visibility in your cloud environment to what's going on. So whether it be the logging or automated alerting and things like that, how does really operating the cloud help the agency increase their visibility into those activities that are going on in their own cloud-based infrastructure? That may be unique to the cloud. It may be really the same thing it uses on-prem, but I wouldn't mind kind of getting the panel's thoughts on that. And for this, I think we'll start back with Trevor.
So I think that there's a few things like maybe kind of like what I'll discuss maybe is kind of the ideas that are a little bit unique to cloud, right? I think in the world of things unique to cloud, there's a few things that I go and think about, right? So one thing that a lot of folks don't consider about cloud that I think is important, right, is that cloud is something that has a lot of like software engineering concepts. And for a lot of teams, that can be surprising, right? Like I'll give an example, like a lot of our folks we kind of take for granted that we're used to data centers, right? Like I remember, for me, I mean, I grew up in the idea of physical data centers and physical infrastructure and systems that I could literally put a disk or a CD into or something like that. And all of a sudden you don't have that. And all of a sudden there's a lot of like virtual stuff that you've never seen, you can't visualize. And it might involve, for example, like I'll give an example, like even the idea of like commits or, imagine, security engineering teams leveraging GitHub. Now we would look at that and go, we all know what GitHub is, but if you sit there going, okay, but are you used to like your rules engine all being in GitHub? Like are you used to the idea of versioning and stuff like that? And you're like, oh, versioning is a little bit weird to me. Like which ones apply? So there's these concepts that are very unique to cloud that I think, can trip teams up a little bit with expectations. Because like I said, clouds, a lot of them are made a little bit by and for software engineers. Now that doesn't mean there's not a lot of, things that are built out and everything. We've all done things, but the other thing that I would look at is things like IAM. IAM works way differently in cloud than it does on-prem. And part of that, in my personal opinion, and I'm going to speak for Trevor, this isn't me speaking for Google, but in my personal opinion, I think it's because it's a little bit like two ships passing in the night, right? You have cloud companies are so used to cloud concepts, and then you have maybe business, like I would call it maybe like legacy or on-prem business is so used to the idea of like the way that works, that even that shift from like, I'll use Microsoft as an example, even that shift from like Active Directory to cloud IAM can be really seismic for a lot of companies, to really go and think through and get their hands around. So, the last thing I would look at would be the idea of, that movement again from, infrastructure, platforms and software. When you think about that, that is a different way of thinking for a lot of companies. We're all used to the idea of SaaS because it's in our world now, but even the idea of infrastructure as a service, like what does that mean? Or when you start dealing with things like that are serverless. I explained to a customer one time, like a security thing that was just mind bending for them. And they said, well, why do I need to go and why is security in cloud just so much different? I said, well, here's something to think about. Suppose back in the day, you had a breach of one of your systems somehow. Like how much damage could happen? And they sit there going, well, I mean, it depends, like blast radius, da, da, da. I go, totally makes sense. I go, but now in the cloud, it works a lot differently. Imagine for a moment that you actually have a breach and somebody goes and requisitions a gigantic amount of cloud resources. How much damage could you do with 500,000 vCPUs, limitless amounts of memory, and access to all of your infrastructure? And by the way, what could happen in fractions of a second? And they go, oh, that's so much different, like I go, yeah, the scale is just limitlessly bigger. So
Gotcha.
These are the things that I think about.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, not to mention, especially if they get into the access to the console region, that would also go on sort of that company's financial dime, as it were, to also, ruin that as far as just the financial impact on top of the data and the physical security of the device as well. So adding on to that, Greg, do you?
So I would back up just a little bit from Trevor and just the high level to something to know about in this homogeneous type cloud model, whether it's Microsoft, Google, whomever, there's a robust amount of built-in dashboards that provide visibility that typically you're not used to having on-prem. I mean, you've had to buy some tool or multiple tools where now in the cloud, it's there. And it allows you to look back into the on-prem configuration too. If say I'm running a little bit of on-prem and cloud at the same simultaneously as I'm migrating, right? So I think the visibility from the higher level, from the operations perspective, is more robust in the cloud than most people have ever seen.
Awesome. And Terrence, do you have anything you want to add sort of onto that?
I'm sure. I agree, 100% with Trevor and Greg. I always like to think about the governance part of this as you're thinking cloud. We've already touched on, identity as, being the control plane, but you really have to have strong policies around who can do what, whether that's a, carbon-based entity, human or API endpoint. And that's something that is much different in the cloud than it operates on-prem. Having worked in, the government, we're all familiar with, change configuration boards, CAD meeting. But like, Trevor mentioned, in a fraction of a second, somebody can click a button and they can either, build or destroy something, create or delete something. So you really have to have strong policies around, the governance, not only of identities, but of permissions and, enforcing and really understanding that least privilege, mindset and framework to make sure that you're not reducing, your security by moving to the cloud, by over entitling your developers, the CI/CD pipeline. And we've seen a lot of attacks that are focused on those type of API endpoints to do nefarious things in the cloud. So there are definitely the benefits of moving, but I just asked to just look at the governance model, but also as Greg mentioned, the many dashboards. Think about having that consolidated platform to where you can view your estate, regardless of where it lives. So that's also a big consideration, because shadow IT is, if you don't know it exists, probably not protecting it.
No, and that's a very good point. I mean, all you kind of brought your respective areas with that, and it's really great. And I know we're at time now, so I'll kind of close this out a little bit here. I'll definitely start off by saying I appreciate you guys being able to join and kind of give your insight into this, really from sort of that broad scope perspective of really security in the cloud, especially with, having that awesome capability to, not only have that massively elastic, workload where essentially you can give yourself those additional compute power to do really whatever you need to do. But also by proxy, it gives you that elastic capability in your security infrastructure as well to also be able to scale those appliances and capabilities so that security teams can not only do what they do, but you can also build that infrastructure a little more securely without having to tack on sort of additional compute power on-prem, as it were, and expand that capability bandwidth style. So with that, I appreciate everybody sort of attending this portion of the summit. There's still some more great summit to go. So with that, I'll hand it back over for the next section to get ready to start.
Fantastic. How's everybody doing? All right, beautiful. Well, good afternoon, Georgia. So sorry for that little bit of technical difficulties, but it wouldn't be a real presentation if there weren't some of those, right? So thank you so much for allowing us to participate in this special event today. For some quick background, the National Cybersecurity Center is a nonprofit founded by former Colorado Governor Hickenlooper, dedicated to raising cyber education and awareness. The cyber hygiene tips we'll be chatting through today were developed as part of an initiative supported by Google called Cyber for State Leaders. We're sharing these steps in some general statewide cybersecurity context with the other 49 states this year, and we are so excited to be here today. Since you all are so plugged in, thanks to the amazing leadership of the Georgia Technology Authority, you all are aware of the threats we face in the cyber world. And as a capstone to Cybersecurity Awareness Month, we just wanted to share some quick reminders for how to stay vigilant and secure, or how to make sure you don't get duped. We came up with the acronym with the hope of making remembering some of your cyber hygiene relatively easy to remember. Before we get into the steps on how to protect yourself, though, it's important to put into context what exactly you're protecting yourself against. Like a thief jiggling the windows and doors of your house to see what's open, cyber criminals are working around the clock to decipher your passwords to get into your accounts, trick you into sharing personally identifiable information that they can use to sell to even more nefarious criminals or to impersonate you, or possibly just using your account as a stepping stone to get into another system. Most experts estimate that there's nearly one cyber attack every 39 seconds. So what are some of the things that they're trying to get at and how? Well, let's start with phishing. This one is one of the most prevalent attacks because it works. Imagine checking your email and receiving an alarming message about one of your online accounts. The email says that your account has been compromised, and it provides a link to enter your private information. The email sounds and looks legitimate, but it wasn't real. Instead, it was sent by cyber criminals looking to phish you. Phishing is when scammers send out mass emails hoping to trick people into divulging personal and financial information by pretending to be a legitimate source, like a bank, a trusted retailer, or a delivery service. Phishing scammers often ask the user to reset passwords in an attempt to steal information. Another popular phishing scam is trying to get the recipient to buy gift cards by convincing them that they're in some sort of trouble, or on behalf of somebody like your boss. Spear phishing is a particular type of phishing scam that's custom designed and targeted to a specific person. Spear phishing scammers might use social media or other public information to find out things like whether or not you're traveling or where you work. Then you can use that information to craft fake emails and sound believable. And just like fishermen cast lines with bait attached, these scammers send out official sounding emails, hoping that you'll let your guard down. Sometimes they'll even build entire websites dedicated to looking like authentic banks or businesses. And in some cases, phishers send emails with malicious software or malware that can automatically download to your computer simply by opening it. Once installed, malware can gain unauthorized access to your computer, cause damage to your systems, and run unauthorized software. Sometimes criminals also install a type of malware called ransomware, which is designed to block access to a computer until a sum of money, often in cryptocurrency, is paid. Once cyber criminals have your login information, they can change your passwords, steal your money, or even your identity. The good news is that there are ways to prevent phishing emails from impacting you or your organization. Educating yourself and your team is the first step. There are lots of ways to identify a possible phishing email. No legitimate bank, government agency, or business will send you an email requesting that you re-enter your private information. Misspellings, poor grammar, and typos are also good signs of a possible phishing email. Other tools to protect against phishing include deploying spam and web filters and antivirus software. Keeping systems updated, encrypting sensitive information, and converting HTML emails into text-only email messages, those are some of the other things that can help as well. We're going to talk a little bit more about some additional tools as we jump into a discussion about not clicking on things you shouldn't. If you do receive a phishing email, the best thing to do is just stop, don't click anything in the email or share it, and contact IT support or the company directly. We'll dig a bit more into the password issues later on, but we wanted to highlight a few other lesser known attacks that could compromise your data. The first is the physical security of your device. Working in public spaces like state or local government buildings can create an even larger target on your accounts and your devices. So make sure to keep your devices on you as much as possible. And when not possible, make sure your settings are such that someone couldn't open your computer or phone without your account information. For this, go to the settings on your computer and phone and set your screen to lock within a short time of you stepping away, 2 to 3 minutes, for example. And don't forget to physically lock your devices as well. If you leave your computer or your phone in your car, make sure to cover it up so it's not obvious, and make sure that you're remembering to lock your vehicle. Or if you leave your office and you have the ability to lock your office or lock a drawer in your office, keep that device in that locked drawer. Finally, record in a secure place, not on your devices, what type of device you have and its unique number, so that if your device is actually stolen, you can actually go back and make sure that you can track it and turn it off remotely. We have some more resources for that on our website at cyberfirstateleaders.org under resources. We also want to cover a final lesser known attack, but one that could compromise all of your security, and that's SIM swapping. For those of you unfamiliar with this, this is the attack that was successful against Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey. And a SIM card is a small chip in your phone that cell phone carriers use to identify your phone. SIM swapping happens when someone convinces your cellular provider that they are you and that they need your phone number applied to a new SIM card that's now in their possession. So when that happens, your phone traffic is diverted to that criminal. And so to protect against this, we suggest you contact your cellular provider today to set up a PIN for your account that only you know. All right, so the remainder of the threats that we're going to cover are ones that we'll highlight as we dig into what it means to not get duped. And basically, this is deploy multi-factor authentication, update your software regularly, passwords, manage and protect them, encrypt important emails and files and backups, and don't click on things that you shouldn't. Okay, let's jump into deploying multi-factor authentication. We talked about how criminals are trying to get your passwords to get into your accounts. Well, setting up multi-factor authentication can provide an extra layer of defense against those types of attacks. Multi-factor authentication is basically a way to ensure that you are you, using something that you know, something that you have, and or something that you are. So this could be a combination of your password or PIN and a code sent to your email or phone. The use of a Face ID or Authenticator app from Google or Microsoft that automatically generates a new code every time you use it, or even a physical key that does the same thing. Most accounts are moving towards requiring MFA when you sign up, but for some of those older accounts that you may not have updated as recently, like an email or a financial account, please be sure to go to your settings, check out passwords or security, however it might be characterized on that website. And where it says set up MFA, just do it. Because if a criminal is successful in getting your password, you'll get an extra message that says, hey, somebody's trying to get into your account. That'll help you alert you to the fact that someone who isn't you is trying to access your stuff. And if that does happen, make sure to change your passwords to your critical accounts immediately. Okay, next is updating software. So cyber threats are constantly evolving, and your software is too, in order to keep up with those threats and to fix bugs in the system. So going back to the jiggling door handles analogy, imagine your teenager came home late one night and forgot to lock the door. So the longer that door sits unlocked, the more your house is vulnerable to a thief trying all the options to get in. But a software update is like you getting up immediately once you hear them walk in and locking that door. You're keeping that door shut. So when you see updates available as a dialog pop-up box on your phone or your computer, do it as soon as possible. If you set it up for later tonight, which I'm guilty of doing, then make sure to actually do it later that night. Because again, the longer that you don't do those updates, the older your software is relative to cyber criminals' attempts. And where possible, make sure that updates are just automatic, so you don't even have to think about it. But really, whatever you do, please make sure that you keep your devices up to date. Okay, let's tackle the next one next. This is passwords. So passwords really are the largest source of our vulnerabilities. There are estimates out there that say that the average person has about 150 accounts. And since we can probably safely assume that we're not all creating complex and unique passwords for all 150 accounts, we're likely spreading some serious breadcrumbs to our most treasured information. or our actual treasure if we're maybe using the same passwords for our online financial accounts. But before we get into how to best manage your passwords, we need to better understand how passwords get hacked. So when you create a new password, the site that you're creating that password on jumbles it up into what's called a hash. And that hash gets saved into a database. So then if a cyber criminal gets access to that database, they run those hashes against a word list using incredibly powerful computers. Once they get a match, they have your password. So the simpler that your password is, the easier it is for them to match with that word list. So for example, take a password that's say 8 characters long, and maybe you've even jumbled up some of the letters to be a little bit random, but they're all lowercase. That password could actually only just take seconds to crack. But a password that's say 10 characters long with 8 letters and 2 special characters, say like with a exclamation point, an ampersand, $, that could take hours to crack. Or consider a password that's 12 to 16 characters long, has a random mix of uppercase and lowercase, special characters and numbers. That could actually take years, and criminals are not going to wait around to try to crack that. They're going to move on to easier targets. But how do you do this for all of your accounts? Well, we do suggest looking into a password manager. There are several now. Examples include LastPass, Dashlane, Keeper, because those will generate those crazy complex passwords for you. All you have to do is create one super crazy complex password for that manager. Just make sure that you don't lose it, because it is hard to go back and reset that. But to create a strong password, say for that manager, or if you choose not to, just some tips for thinking through some of the additional ones, there are some things that you can do to make it effectively complicated. So first, think of a phrase that only you know. Make sure it doesn't tie back to any information that you might have shared on social media or that could be widely known about you. So like, say if you like going vacationing in a place, don't use the place that you vacationed at and you posted all your social media pictures from and that you've said multiple times how much you love there and you'd move back to there in an instant. Don't use that place. Figure out something that's a little bit more unique to you and that you haven't shared widely. So now strip out the words of that phrase and leave only the first letter of each word in that phrase. Next, try to randomize the upper and lowercase letters that are that first word of the first letter of that word. And then start to think about how you could get a little creative and mix some of those uppercase and lowercase and even some of those letters with special characters. Again, like your $signs or exclamation points. With doing that, you'll have a way more secure password than I love Fluffy. Another quick note on this too, there's a lot of those really fun social media quizzes that we like to take that ask us, you know, what high school did you graduate from? What year did you graduate from? Where did your parents live? All of those kind of things that we all feel like, oh, this is fun. I get to learn more about the people that are my friends. That's one that we really encourage you to stay away from. Simply because even if somebody's doing it innocently, that's a lot of information that you've now shared that you may not even remember that you already answered some of those questions as those key security questions to some of your accounts. So if you want to learn more of those that information from your friends, maybe just copy and paste the list and do it in a private message, but just be really careful about posting that stuff publicly. All right, so we're almost done. We just have 2 final tips to go. The next is encrypting important emails and files and backing those important files up. These are really put together because they are complementary. They both help protect you against malware attacks and help back up your important files in case something does happen to your device. So sending an unencrypted email, let's start with encryption. Sending that unencrypted email is like sending a postcard through the mail. You can assume that at least a dozen people have read its contents before it gets to your intended recipient. So when you encrypt an email, though, you're basically adding an envelope to that letter so that only you and the intended recipient can read it. But before you deploy this option on your email, make sure to find out if the intended recipient has that capability themselves. It's pretty easy to identify. You can usually see something like an encryption button in your toolbar as you're writing that email. Or it might be available in the More section as you're looking at that toolbar area. And so if they do, then simply select encryption and you should be good to go. But in case they don't, think about just taking that information, putting it in a document, and securing the document before you send it. So if you're using Word, you could WinZip this. If you're using Windows, or if you're using a Mac, they have an option that can actually just password protect that. And then with that password, make sure you either call or send that password even over text. Even still better, best to call. But don't share the password over email. That's basically like giving the criminal the key. So that's a really important thing, but that's something that can really help to secure the information that you're sending over email. And on the last point of backing those files up, we recommend that you back your files up regularly. And of course, like with all things with cybersecurity, not every single tool is one size fits all. So regular here is kind of more or less your comfort level, along with the time-sensitive documents that you do work with. So we recommend, though, that when it comes to even your method, that you deploy a both and kind of an approach. So use a cloud-based system, but also use that external hard drive as well. I know that what's helped me a lot in this area is keeping calendar reminders on my phone of just, hey, at the beginning of the month, end of the month, middle of the month, whatever works best for you, that you know you've got a little time. Make sure that your automatic backups are good and going and strong, because sometimes we can even forget to check that, and maybe there was a bug in the system that's stopped them. So you want to make sure those are going strong, and then also make sure that you're actually still, again, physically backing up those files. Okay, so we're now at the final part of duped, which is don't click on things you shouldn't. And we did talk about this a little bit in that discussion about phishing, but we wanted to throw a few more tips out there to help, because this is one that is just really, really, really successful. And it's because we're all busy and we're not always paying attention to what we're looking at. So one way to quickly identify whether you're on a shady website is if you try to leave that website, and this is more like if you did click on it and you end up on something that you're like, I don't know if this is legitimate or not, is if you try to leave the website, you might be getting pop-ups that say, are you sure you want to leave? Or before you leave, download our antivirus software. Well, those are usually good signs that you're on kind of a shady part of the internet. And so one of the big things that we say after that, if you get there and you see that, just close your whole browser immediately. And if that doesn't seem to work, if you're still having a hard time getting out of that page, then we suggest that you go and just end the task for that. So if you're on a Windows, go down to Start, hit Task Manager, and then find your browser and task. And the same is similar for a Mac. You can just hit that Apple icon, find the Task Manager again, and just find your browser and just get out of there. And at this point, if you have encountered this kind of a situation, it might be a good idea to just run a good antivirus scan to make sure that nothing icky really did get into your device. You can get into some of those iffy sites sometimes from your general searches. So again, even just being careful to look at some of the descriptions of that page, make sure that it does kind of seem like it's relatively legitimate. There aren't a lot of weird misspellings, or the information actually tracks with the thing that you've been searching. But you can also, of course, get there if you accidentally do click on the link, or a link in your text message too. A lot of criminals have been using text messages to send those suspicious links. So with that, again, if you get an email or you get a text message, just take that deep breath and apply kind of a common sense approach. You know, if you signed up for text messages from a company and you get a text message from that company, then it probably is a little bit more legitimate. But again, even just make sure that you kind of remember actually doing that. Or if there's weird misspellings or some of the grammar looks a little bit off, or the biggest one, honestly, is if it creates a sense of urgency. That's one of the biggest tricks, because we're busy. We're trying to click through, we're trying to respond, we're trying to be really good about getting the next thing done. And so criminals take advantage of that. They know you're not necessarily going to be checking it out too much. So just take a breath and check out the email a little bit more, or check out the text a little bit more, and really think. And if we've all got that kind of gut feeling about things. If you've got a gut feeling about something, just listen to it. And if somebody does, even if it's somebody that you might know, or a company that you might know that sends that information over to you, then try to just even contact that company and say, hey, or that person, did you send this email? Because if they did, then they'll probably just appreciate that you're being a little extra cautious. And if you find out they didn't, then now you've got your answer. So also, last point, finally, make sure to make that there's a padlock at the top left of the URL bar or where the web address is. If you're going to be submitting any personal information, that would include financial information too. That's going to help indicate that the site is more secure. And if you do accidentally click and things start to go sideways, then just disconnect your device from the internet immediately, turn it off, and contact your IT support. They'll help you with the next steps there. Okay, so that is just about it for us today. I know we covered a lot of things, so if you have more questions, please feel free to reach out to us at cyberforstateleaders.org. We've been doing this across all 50 states. We've been primarily focused on state and local leaders. You all really are the front lines of democracy in all of this. You are where the rubber meets the road. And the better cyber hygiene that you practice, the better cyber hygiene that you encourage your colleagues and constituents to practice, the safer we're all going to be. And so we really do hope that you incorporate some of these things into your routine. That duped, hopefully you'll never hear that word the same again. And if you do hear it, you think, oh, wait, I've got to go update my software and make sure that that's going. But please do reach out to us at Cyber for State Leaders if you do have more questions. Again, we truly appreciate the chance to talk through this today, and stay vigilant. We're really all in this together. This isn't a single person activity. We're truly all better together. So thank you again, Georgia, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
All right, hello everybody. It's afternoon here in Chicagoland, and my name is Jack Graziano. I am accompanied by Chuck Bruce. We are both part of the sales organization here at iBoss. I'm the cloud architect assigned to one of the North American cloud architects, and I do fun stuff like this on a regular basis. Today we're going to be talking about how we move, how customers, or a good process to move to a SASE environment. Just a little bit about iBoss. You know, we sit in the SASE space. Our job, our product is designed to help customers not only migrate to the SASE world, but ensure a high quality, high efficacy security posture, helping customers get there and helping customers get to this world of SASE while not compromising any of their security posture. So today we're going to talk about, what's this modern security architecture. We've been doing this for quite a while now, and we found our way to get there. But here, what are the challenges, right? The challenges as we sit today are, applications are migrating away from the perimeter or outside the perimeter, being used or even set up in the public cloud like Azure and AWS and Google. These workloads are either being lifted and shifted, where they're actually just literally taking the virtual machine and moving it into the public cloud, or in some ways re-architected to work in the public cloud. And with this vanishing perimeter, as we say, and now in the advent of everybody working from anywhere, zero trust, or this concept of zero trust, is becoming even more and more important. What is zero trust? Zero trust and SASE work together. Zero trust is that security framework. How do you do things in a specific process, and all those components associated with that. SASE, by definition, is an architecture. It's a combination of technologies that are brought together, whether they be in a single vendor or sometimes in a multi-vendor architecture. It depends on who you talk to in that respect. SASE, the one thing about SASE is that it is really specifically about the cloud, where we're going to the cloud, where zero trust doesn't really care about the underlying tools. What it cares about is the process itself. So what's the first step? The first step is, we would hope that this is obvious, but kind of take inventory. What do you have today? You have a next-gen firewall, or are you doing everything on your router? Do you have an on-prem proxy, or do you not have any proxy? What are you doing on the endpoints? How are you doing these things? Are they hardware? Are they virtualized? What are those tools that are available to you? And the inventory comes around. VPN is included as part of that inventory, right? And as you migrate into the cloud, there are three things that become very important, right? Connectivity. You have to have fast, secure connectivity. You must have some kind of security posture. You really can't be doing a split tunnel without having somebody that, when they're reaching out to the internet, at least having that being inspected rudimentarily. And then, how do you manage the cost? Legacy on-prem technology, the cost continues to go up. So as an example, today customers are using their VPN for this work from anywhere solution, as their work from anywhere solution, and they're hairpinning traffic back out to the internet. Well, the cost of that is the VPN hardware, the VPN architecture, the administrative costs, the cost of bandwidth, and once you catch up, you end up having to go back through that cycle again and and grow all that cost, and the administrative cost never goes away. So what do you do next, right? You kind of look at your vendors. The logic is to consolidate vendors, and that is a good logic. It really works well in this SASE space, right? You really want an integrated solution where you have a minimal administrative headache, and then you need to make sure that, you know, if you buy a lot of pieces parts, do those pieces parts work well together? It's the same story that's been going on for years, right? You sit back and you try to figure all these pieces out, and then you work through them. In the SASE world, it's going to be important to have these integrated solutions. So, you know, as an example, security in the SASE space consists of two distinct elements. One is the networking element, and the other is the security element. The networking element has all those tools to provide performance and connectivity, low latency, high bandwidth technologies, and then on the right hand side you have the security pieces, and you have all the pieces: the web filtering, the CASB, the DLP, and the zero trust components. And these two organizations, or these two groups, have to work together, and you have to have a tool that brings them together. It's a lot of times you end up with a little pointing game, maybe sometimes between the network and the security guys. Sometimes the network guys have trouble, managing, if it's not a routing problem, I don't know how to solve that. And on the same side, on the security side, the security guys, only want to talk about applications, and that doesn't work. You need a product that helps bring these two organizations together as well. So clearly, zero trust is very important. You gotta the procedure for zero trust. There's some basic framework associated with zero trust, but every organization still has to build their own policies and procedures around zero trust. Zero trust gets you to a place that is now ubiquitous when it comes to whether you're using on-prem technologies or whether you're using technologies that exist in the public cloud or even in private cloud. The zero trust architecture, or the zero trust process, if you will, is the best, because from a perspective of what's going on, if you have a zero trust architecture, you don't really care where the user is, whether they're working from home or working from a cafe or working from a branch location within the organization, or even working at headquarters. Zero trust only takes into account the user and the group pieces, as well as some of the other pieces that the endpoint is sitting on, like whether it's running a firewall or an AV solution. So, when it comes to zero trust, you need to think about, because we are independent of the transport, right? When we are using zero trust, that piece in the middle, the part that actually interrogates the user, understands where the user belongs in the organization from a group perspective, is one of those important parts that then the policy takes over and makes the decision on whether the user can get where they're going, or whether they are, or whether they're allowed to get where they're going, or whether they can get to where they're going. And these are the tools that that are important to this architecture. So what that really means is that you got to be able to see the first packet in, and you got to be able to see the last packet out. If there is some low-level things that have to occur, we at iBoss, we use a containerized architecture, which gives us the ability to do some very unique things naturally, and it gives us the ability to see that first packet in and that first packet out. So in the next step, and I think this is probably one of the most important steps, is to eliminate those technologies that are holding you back. VPNs, we're picking on VPNs here on purpose. It is a technology that's getting in the way of the transition to the cloud. It is also a technology that is administratively heavy. And it was built for a different time. You're probably never going to get rid of your VPN completely. You'll probably get rid of it for 99% of your components, your SASE components. But the ability to eliminate it, or at least take control of it away from the end users. Right now, today, we expect our end users to know too much about the VPN. We expect them to know when they should be turned on and when they should be turned off. When things are going to be slow. We expect our users to know all this stuff, and we should. We also shouldn't give users control to turn these things on and off. The same thing when it comes to antivirus and some other things, right? So those technologies that prevent you from getting to SASE probably should be minimized in your infrastructure. We talk about migration, right? So today on the left-hand side, you have customers that are trying to maintain a security posture, but they create other problems, right? So the performance problem, the bandwidth cost problem, the administrative cost problem, the hardware cost problem. In the center, what you're looking for is this is the first step, and it's probably what I would call a medium step or a midterm step, where you point all your default route traffic into a SASE security architecture. And then for all that internal traffic or that stuff that is legacy, the legacy traffic, or maybe it is in the public cloud, you do that across your VPN, all for that private address space. And this is what we call a split tunnel VPN, where the parts that point to the internal traffic or the internal servers or the internal applications is very small. But the advantage to this architecture is now you can take user control away of the VPN and of some of the other security components that live on your endpoints. And by doing this, you make your user's life a whole lot easier. You make your administrative overhead a whole lot better, and you control your costs, because you are now taking the dollars that you would spend on enhancing or enlarging your VPN infrastructure. You can put that money into the SASE, into a future and a more robust platform like SASE and Zero Trust. All the way to the right is where customers ideally would be. And what you use is the SASE architecture as the traffic steering component to talk either to public cloud or public internet or your private applications. And those private apps might exist in the public cloud. They still might exist in your data centers. But from the user's perspective, it's all going in the same direction, and the user never has to know how you're getting there. And you take away all the intelligence of steering, if you will, off of the endpoint, and you put it up into the SASE architecture. You put it back at the network level where it belongs. And then the last component is visibility and control, right? After you get all this stuff, how do you prove its value? So I call this the prove value stage. It's the stage where you are able to go and over time understand what's been happening in your environment, in your network, to your users' traffic, and then that becomes a data point that you can then use to move to the next step. So you might find that, hey, I have a deficiency here. I need to enhance that. I need to take my logs and I need to send them off to a log aggregation tool like a SIEM. I need to do more reporting back up to my management or even into the organization. I need to hook this into my SOC. How do I make sure that the SOC is informed and ready and being proactive as opposed to reactive? So all of these things become very important. And it becomes that part of that circle of life associated with your security architecture. You deploy technology, you get the information back, you use that information to either deploy or manage that technology and apply other policies. So in the case of where you can be going, you know, some of these things also from a architecture perspective is you need to look at your traffic and make sure that your traffic isn't intermingled with other organizations. One of the things that we're learning in the industry is that our customers are finding out that their traffic, even though it's going through a cloud architecture, is being intermingled with other customers' traffic, and that can become regulatorily, you know, if you use your regulatory, it becomes a challenge to your regulatory components. Worst case, you know, the worst part of this thing is the crypto is being intermingled with other companies' crypto, and there's just no way to, you know, how do you make sure, you got to make sure your data is isolated while maintaining your performance. So, you know, you gotta look at the cloud from a containerization perspective. You know, you got to think about what these SASE vendors are doing. Are they taking premise technology and just trying to make it work in the cloud? That's a broken model, right? It just doesn't work. You really need to have an architecture, a SASE architecture that was designed and built with the cloud in mind. It's that simple. And as you drive into this technology, you know, you also got to think about scalability and where you're going to be going. You can't be making changes every year. It becomes very costly and difficult ultimately. So, kind of just a real quick thought process here. We did a survey, and we found that, you know, the CIOs are looking at these initiatives, right? And hopefully these aren't any surprises to you, but you know, when it comes to protecting their end user base, it's very, you know, it's obviously clearly an important component. And then, but in the process of doing this, we need to improve the customer experience and follow along with the business. That is, you know, those are all very key and very important as we move forward here. So this is pretty much a wrap up of what we're doing, right? So, you know, adopt the cloud first strategy, improve your posture, you know, just make sure that the things that that we can do to make our end users more hygienic on the internet and make it easier for them to get that done is going to be really important, since everybody's now kind of working from anywhere. You know, you know, we talk about dropping the boat on the premise hardware. There's going to be times when that hardware is still going to be necessary from a transition perspective, but in general, we're trying to drive people towards the SASE architecture that exists in the cloud. Yeah, hey, the remote workforce can do some really good things for you, and that you know, let's make it easy for those folks to do their things. And a lot of customers, you know, we just had a large insurance company here in Chicago. They just sold their campus of, you know, 30, 40 acres because they said, hey, 95% of our employees are working from home, and I don't see that trend turning the other way as we move forward here in my crystal ball. So, and, you know, get out your phone, open up your phone and take a pic. You know, go to this QR code. It will bring you to a great document that kind of outlines what I just talked about and how to get there. We do some. We're having some fun with this. Our customer base is pretty excited about it, and even our future customers are pretty excited about it. So we still got 10 minutes left. I don't know exactly if there's any Q&A available, if we want to talk about that, or do we just want to move on to the next one.
Hey, Jack, can you hear me?
I can.
If you were showing a QR code, it's not able to be seen. I don't know if you need to toggle it.
They took away my my share.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, this is wide open Q&A. So if anybody has any questions, feel free to send them to me. I don't know if you can open up your mic and ask the question, but
there's none at the moment they're saying, Jack.
Yeah.
So, well, David and Araceli, thank you for having us today, and appreciate everybody joining. I hope you are able to learn something today on the SASE platform, and hopefully it'll help out your creativity as you're architecting your security posture for your agencies. So, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am David Allen, the Chief Information Security Officer for the state of Georgia. I want to thank you for joining our capstone event for National Cybersecurity Awareness Month. You've heard many great speakers and discussions on topics that I hope were meaningful and insightful to you as a cyber professional, or maybe just someone who really cares about cybersecurity. A huge thanks also to all our speakers and panelists for making this such a great event. I'd also like to recognize my Office of Information Security and the GTA staff involved for knocking it out of the park for a second year. Finally, this event would not be possible without the extreme level of support we get from the GTA leadership and the State Cyber Board. So thanks to all those individuals for all they do in the name of cybersecurity on a week-to-week, month-to-month, year-to-year basis. The past 18 months have been a challenge for all of us, but especially those in the cybersecurity field. Overnight, the foundations of your cybersecurity strategy were upended as the workforce went remote. All this came after a challenging 2019 that was rife with ransomware and other real-world incidents that required us to up our game as cyber professionals. Thankfully, those improvements and the increased collaboration we were already enacting allowed us to weather the storm. While we have had incidents within the state, the breadth and severity of those incidents were significantly reduced thanks to your efforts. But despite our success, now is not the time for complacency. Recent intelligence indicates the sophistication of hacking attempts continues to increase, requiring us to keep up the pace of improvement and innovation. This is only sustainable if we continue to treat cybersecurity as a team sport. Personally, I am a huge baseball fan. And as our hometown team has shown us this year, the season is long with many ups and downs. However, with the proper management support, talent management, and a will to win, you can overcome adversity and achieve great things. In closing, if you have gleaned just one or two threads from today that you can take back and use to improve the cybersecurity posture in your organization, or maybe this has inspired you to start on your cybersecurity education journey or go for that next cybersecurity certification, then this summit was a success. It is my extreme honor to serve as your state CISO, and I truly look forward to continuing our partnership in the service of our great state. And I look forward to seeing you in the 3rd Annual Cybersecurity Summit next October. Happy Halloween and go Braves.